The Senate will come to order. Mr. Carpenter, please call the roll.
Senators Bridges, Cook, Coram, Crowder, Danielson,
Morning.
Donovan, Finberg, Fields, Foote, Gardner, Gardner,
Excused.
Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Hill, Icy, Holbert, Lee,
Here.
Lundeen, Marble, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Rankin, Rodriguez, Scott,
Yo. Here.
Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Story, Tate, Todd, Williams,
Present.
Winter, Woodward, Sinzinger. Mr. President.
Here. With 34 present, 0 absent, and 1 excused, we have a quorum. Members, will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the reading of the journal of Wednesday, June 3rd be dispensed with and that the journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Services.
Correctly printed, Senate Bill 213, 214, 215, and 216 correctly engrossed, Senate Bill 2941 and 209 correctly re-engrossed, Senate Bill 206 and 208 correctly revised, House Bill 1109, 1177, 1232, 1237, 1302, 1313, 1318, 1326, and 1330 correctly revised, House Bill 1153.
Message from the House.
The House is laid over Senate Bill 46, 56, and 87 until December 31st, 2020.
Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills, final passage, consent calendar. Mr. Carpenter, please read all the titles to the bills listed on the consent calendar.
House Bill 1003 by Representatives Robertson, Rich, Senators Donovan and Scott concerning modifications to the Rural Jumpstart Zone Act. House Bill 1022 by Representatives Kraft, Larkin, Van Winkle, and Senators Williams and Tate concerning the Sales and Use Tax Simplification Task Force and in connection therewith extending the task force, modifying the task force's duty, and removing the requirement that the task force undergo an evaluation by the Department of Regulatory Agencies prior to the task force repeal. House Bill 1032 by Representatives Skip and Wilson and Senators Janal and Quorum concerning the timing of education standards review. House Bill 1082 by Representatives Valdez A. and Rich and Senators Story and Fields concerning the authority of the State Historical Society to dispose of real property in Georgetown, Colorado. House Bill 1208 by Representatives Robertson Will and Senator Donovan concerning the continuation of the Coal Mine Board of Examiners in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies. House Bill 1216 by Representatives Mullica and Senator Janal concerning the continuation of the State Board of Nursing in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies. Senate Bill 158 by Senator Todd and Representatives McLaughlin and Wilson concerning measures related to providing professional training for educators. Senate Bill 201 by Senator Donovan and Representatives Robertson and Catlin concerning support for Species Conservation Trust Fund projects and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the passage of all the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar, which includes House Bills 1003, 1022, 1032, 1082, 1208, 1216, and Senate Bills 158 and 201.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills? Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. I apologize, it's a little bit unusual. I didn't want to pull 1032 off of the consent calendar because generally, I agree with it, but I wanted to speak to the matter because this is something that is constantly misunderstood in public education. We've got so much turmoil, so many things going on with so much challenge in public education right now that I think it's important that we help people understand how the process works, how the system works. A lot of people suffer, they labor under the misimpression that the state sets the curriculum of the state. And it tells what shall be taught and how it shall be taught in the classrooms across Colorado. And that's just not the way it is. But we as a state do have an interest in, and it's so important that we maintain that interest in the broad framing of public education. And the way that's done is through standards. And this particular bill speaks to that establishment and the process of standards. Now, I know something about this, having served on the State Board of Education for 4 years prior to coming to the House, where I served 4 years on the Ed Committee and now in the Senate. And it's important that we realize that we are taking appropriate steps, that we are doing the right thing within the governance structure, within our authority as, if you will, the board of directors on behalf of the people of Colorado, that then interacts with a constitutionally created and duly elected board, the State Board of Education, in the management of public education in Colorado. And the way we do it is through standards and the establishment of standards, not curriculum, but standards. And these standards say simple things like by second grade, a second grader shall understand these elements of literacy, shall understand these elements of numeracy, and so forth. And the process of establishing those standards had become somewhat laborious and somewhat expensive, quite frankly, in the way we were doing it. And what this bill then speaks to, this bill gets to, is a realignment. I would argue a more optimized approach of the establishment of the standards, and therefore connects us, the General Assembly, to the broad aspect of probably one of the most culturally important things we can do, and that is the management of our K-12 public education system. Now, my argument, there are 10 different academic standards. My argument was we ought to reevaluate and reestablish 2 of them every year, and so that every 5 years we update and catch up with perhaps our updated understanding of what we want the standards of education to be. This bill does not do that, but it comes with, I would argue, an equally elegant and appropriate method of establishing those standards. So, I'm just wanting to make sure that we all understand, and I want to make sure that we understand more broadly in the public what this process looks like and how we stay connected to public education, especially in a time of this nature. You are probably have constituents reaching out to you saying, are my kids going back to school this fall? What's the circumstance going to look like? How they behave in their school districts and so forth. And the answer is, we don't control that specifically. Now, the governor has intervened and is legislating, I would argue, and some of us are uncomfortable with that. I am. Some of us are more comfortable with that, where the governor is laying down rules of what may and may not be done. I think that should be more appropriately developed through the state board in response to the local boards of education and our participation in that conversation at a higher and different level. But the reality is, as those people reach out to you, I want you to have a more clear understanding of the relationship and the governance and our role in connecting to what's going on in those classrooms with regard to the curriculum. And that's what this bill is about, is the standards that guide, they don't control, but they guide the curriculum that in fact is taught across the 172 districts in Colorado. We don't set the curriculum, the districts do that, but the standards, as optimized and aligned and improved by this particular bill, House Bill 1032, in fact, do that process. So thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity to engage on what I take as a very important and personal subject, the management of public education in Colorado, and I appreciate the effort of this bill, House Bill 1032. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion. Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. My apologies. I should have pulled 1216 off of the consent calendar to have this conversation yesterday. I know it's a sunset bill, but here's what we're doing with that sunset bill. We are making it more difficult for nurses to stay in the profession. I have worked with a sponsor on other bills that deal with PhDs, doctors. We did one on veterinarians to actually help them get help when they run into that crisis. When they end up with an alcohol problem or a mental health problem. We were able to structure it in such a way that they didn't lose their license. They actually sat back a little bit and got the help that they needed so that they could continue to do their work after they got healthy. We have seen a decline in suicides. We have just seen more people actually getting help. I was
The
hoping,
good senator from Montrose will be fined for interrupting the good senator from District 1. $5. Senator Sonnenberg. Senator Sonnenberg.
thank you, Mr. President, and I assume this is now my second time at the well for my 10 minutes. What I wanted to explain was I think we went down the wrong path. We took Dora's recommendation on the sunset, which actually makes it harder. As a matter of fact, if someone gets if a nurse, and especially in times now where the stress level is so high for our medical professionals, if a nurse would get a DUI, they can have that license revoked. And I don't think that's right. I apologize for not being on top of my game yesterday and talking with the sponsor about fixing that, as we have done with the veterinarians and other professionals. I would like to see us change that and make it easier, but I know in this late game, make it easier for them to get help. But at this late in the game, I understand, Mr. President, that may not be an option. With that said, I'm going to urge a no vote on the bill because I don't want to make it harder for nurses to stay in business.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've had a wardrobe malfunction here today. Honored to pay the fine for the good senator, interrupting the good senator from Sterling, I have paid more at other times, and I'm honored to do so. I actually doubled the fine for you, sir. I would like to address the good senator from Monument's concerns about 1032, and I understand his concerns, and I understand his passion. But you do need to understand, in my mind, we in this General Assembly are all amateurs at most events, and I am certainly the amateur in this. And I respect the opinion of the good senator from Monument, but also I respect the opinion of Representative Wilson, who has spent 40 years in education as a teacher, a coach, a principal, and a superintendent. And that is why I carried this bill.
Senator Janot.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just would like to say a few words about the Nurse Practice Act, which is 1216. First of all, I'm trying to figure out why the good senator from Sterling had talked about we're going to lose nurses. One of the things that the Nurse Practice Act has done is that it has reduced the requirement for mentorship hours, that is the ability to write prescriptions, and they would be under a doctor's supervision. It was brought down to 1,000 hours a few years ago, and now it's at 750 hours for advanced practice registered nurses, which is so important with the nursing shortage that we have today. And this keeps more nurses in the state of Colorado because we were losing them to New Mexico and other surrounding states. So the other parts of this bill, this sunset, expanded the Nurse Sunset Act or the Nurse Practice Act for the next 7 years, but also it expanded LPN's scope of practice to include the capacity for assessment of patients, which wasn't in there before, language that modernizes the definition of professional nursing, and that if there's issues in regards to the behavior of certain nurses, then I believe that this language that has been modernized takes care of that, and also clarifying the ability of all nursing licenses to delegate to other healthcare providers, including unlicensed medical assistants, to the full scope of the licensee's authority. This is a great sunset bill. We need the Board of Nursing. And medicine, as you well know, is constantly changing. So are the nursing practices. I think we've made great accomplishments, especially with the reduction of the mentorship hours, so that we keep more nurse practitioners in this state and the ability for them to help patients, especially in family practice. So I urge you, all members, to vote yes on 1216.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. And my apologies to the good Senator from Montrose. I was unclear in my exposition previous. I support 1032. Last year, I had a real serious problem with House Bill 1032. That bill I did not like at all, as you may recall. This year, the senator is a sponsor of how do they say it? Eponymous, whatever, a same-sounding bill, 1032, and I do support it. So to be clear, I support 1032. The standards were set to be reviewed in 2024. They're supposed to be reviewed every 6 years. This breaks them in thirds. It starts reviewing in 22, 24, and 26, does them all over that period of time, and in the process, it saves some money. So it saves money, which is something we need to be doing here at this point, and it brings our governance over K-12 public education better into alignment with the reality of what's going on out there. Speaks to standards, curriculum, things of that nature, It doesn't speak to this fall and what schools are going to look like. That's being driven, sadly, by executive order and so forth at this point. But I just wanted to be clear and apologize to good Senator from Montrose if I was unclear in my comments. I do support. I did not ask it to be removed from the consent calendar. I just wanted to explain why I think this is so important as a part of our connection to that most critical institution, and that is K-12 public education in the state of Colorado. So apologies to the good senator. I do stand in favor of 1032.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to give you exactly what I was talking about since the sponsor of the bill came back up to address it. On page 4 of the bill, starting in line 23, grounds for discipline starts with line 20. Grounds for discipline. It used to be has willfully or negligently acted in a manner inconsistent. We're taking out willfully and negligently, which means you can make a mistake and you have grounds for discipline. We do that with a manner inconsistent with the health and safety of persons. We take out that language in practicing nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards for a nurse practice, or has violated any order or rule of the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure. Now, it may sound that's all good. We don't want them to do that. We don't want them to violate that. I agree. But if they make a mistake, do we really want them to be disciplined if they were trying to do their best with the education, the nursing that they have had, when you have two options and the nursing board thinks you picked the wrong option? Should that be a grounds for discipline? That's what I'm talking about here in the bill. With all due respect to the sponsor, I appreciate her wanting to, and the work they did to try and keep more nurses in Colorado. I would argue we're going to need more if they have the opportunity to discipline and remove nurses from our industry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see what the senator from Sterling is saying. I need to ask the sponsor if she would accept an amendment to do away with that on page 20. I think it's something, you know, we worked a lot of years on trying to get the nurses' ability in the state to basically flourish, and I think that this is, since the senator from Sterling pointed that out, I think this is a somewhat a unique setback for the nursing profession. So I would ask that, you know, you at least consider striking that on page 4. And I think it would be a benefit. I think it would be a very acceptable bill at that time. Thank you.
Senator Janot.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just in response to the good senator from Alamosa, I just want to say, and from Sterling, that this was crafted and worked on with the Colorado Nurses Association and with the Board of Nursing. And I believe that the grounds for discipline is based on the Board of Nursing, just like the grounds for discipline with the physicians is based on the medical board. And I believe in this striking is not going to lose nurses in Colorado. And I will stand firm. I will not make those changes at this time. So thank you.
Further discussion. Having no further discussion, Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1003 and 1216 and Senate Bills 158 and 201.
The Minority Leader will be recorded as a no vote on the following bills. Senator Crowder.
Mr. President, I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on 1216.
Senator Crowder will be recorded as a no vote on 1216. Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote, please, on House Bill 1216 and Senate Bill 158.
Senator Hill will be recorded as a no vote on those following bills. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1216 and Senate Bill 158.
Senator Lundin will be recorded as a no vote on the following bills. Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on 1216.
Senator Heisey will be recorded as a no vote on 1216. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1216 and Senate Bill 158.
Senator Cook will be recorded as a no vote on the following bills. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1216 and Senate Bill 158.
Senator Smallwood will be recorded as a no vote as requested. Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1216.
Senator Rankin will be recorded as a no vote. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1216 and Senate Bill 158.
Senator Woodward will be recorded as a no vote as requested. Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1216 and Senate Bill 158. Thank you.
Senator Sonnenberg will be recorded as a no vote as requested. Senator Marble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1216 and 1003 and Senate Bills 158 and 201.
Senator Marble will be recorded as a no vote on the following bills. With 32 ayes, 2 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1003 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Todd, Zenzinger, Winter, Sonnenberg, Danielson, Janal, Hanson, Bridges, Priola, Quorum, Cook, Heisey, Crowder, Rankin, Tate, Smallwood, please add the President. With 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, House Bill 1022 is passed. Co-sponsors, Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Smallwood, Cook, Zenzinger, Bridges, Crowder, Fields, Rankin, Janal, Todd, Danielson, Gonzalez, Donovan, Priola, Pedersen, with 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, House Bill 1032 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Lundin, Crowder, Mr. Minority Leader, Todd, Story, Rankin, Tate, Cook, Priola, Sonnenberg, Bridges, Pedersen, Lee, Scott, Zenzinger, Fields, with 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, House Bill 1082 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Rankin, Todd, Sonnenberg, Priola, Tate, Marble, Mr. Majority Leader, Scott, with 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, House Bill 1208 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Tate, Rankin, Crowder, with 23 ayes, 11 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1216 is passed. Co-sponsors. With 26 ayes, 8 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 158 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Moreno, Zenzinger, Priola, Tate, Story, Fields, Gonzalez, Bridges, Pedersen, Senator Lee, with a vote of 32 ayes, 2 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 201 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Hansen, Winter, Moreno, Rankin, Tate, Danielson, Crowder, Pedersen, the Majority Leader, Bridges, Lee, Priola, Todd, Zenzinger, Story, Heisey, Sonnenberg, Woodward. Please add the President. Third reading of bills, final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1236?
House Bill 1236 by Representatives Lundin and Will and Senators Tate and Bridges, concerning a health care coverage enrollment program that uses information gathered from state individual income tax return forms to aid uninsured individuals in obtaining health care coverage.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request permission to run a third reading amendment.
I know.
The request for a third reading amendment has been requested. Please tell us why we should grant you permission.
The third reading amendment is here because if you remember the discussion about recalling House Bill 1236, there was an error in the House enrolling related to amendments adopted, I believe, at second reading in the House, and those were not in the bill presented here in the chamber. And we have that rectified today by having a third reading amendment reflecting what was agreed to in the House, and I'm sure my colleague from Cherry Hills Village area will explain.
Will the good senator from Centennial please move the bill?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1236.
The question before the body is to allow the good senator from Centennials to grant him permission on his request for a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and permission is granted. Will the clerk please read the title? Will the clerk please read Amendment L005?
Amendment L005, House Bill 1236 by Senators Bridges and Tatum, and revised bill, page 2, line 3.
Senator Tate. Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment L005 here at the reading to House Bill 1236.
To the amendment, Senator.
I'll let Senator Bridges.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment just streamlines the process that was already in place in this bill. It probably should have just been included in the introduced version, but this was a cleanup. No major change, as far as I understand it, to the legislation from this amendment. So everyone can feel great voting for this and then voting again for the great bill that we've already passed through this chamber once.
Is there further discussion regarding Amendment L005? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L005 to House Bill 1236. All those in favor, are there any no votes? With 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, that amendment is adopted. To the bill.
So nice we read it.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thought I'd make a quick comment about House Bill 1236 and do a better job framing it than I did last time. I had some questions after we left the floor with the recalling the bill. This bill is, I consider, an administrative efficiency bill. The title of the bill is Easy Health Coverage Enrollment. And why the word easy? Well, pretty simple. It uses the tax filing process to alert people to their coverage options. Someone filing their tax return merely checks a box, and with having checked that box, healthcare coverage enrollment options are delivered to them that are specifically applicable to their income level. And I can't think of anything any easier than that. And so with that additional administrative efficiency, I feel I wanted to really call my colleagues' attention to that as to how making it easier to get people matched with the coverages they should have makes the program better, makes the program more efficient, means dollars in the program are tailored toward the coverage, and additionally will bring additional insureds to some degree who are healthy to balance out the insured pool and ask for an aye vote on the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to add to that, we know during this public health emergency that the more people who have quality health care coverage, the less the impact is going to be on our state, the sooner we can open our businesses back up, get back to work. This is good for the people that this will help, and it is good for the rest of our state, and an urgent aye vote.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is one of the few times, probably the only time, that I'm glad the House made a mistake and it had to come back, because in talking with the Senate sponsor since it went over, talking with them yesterday and a little bit this morning. I originally voted no when it went over, but after talking with them, I am going to change that vote to a yes, because it just makes sense. Because all it is just a checkbox. It makes it easy for Coloradoans to enroll in healthcare. And you know, that's our role. That's the government's. It should be as easy as possible to enroll. And I think we have a duty to our citizens to make that easy, and that's what this bill does. You know, and I love the bill summary. It talks about the the health coverage made easy enrollment program, basically, and it's for people that are entitled to free or subsidized health insurance. And the program will allow Coloradoans to ask on their state income tax returns for the Colorado Health Benefit Exchange to assess whether the uninsured household members are potentially eligible for free or subsidized health coverage. You know, I can't think of any way that we can make it any easier. And so I am now going to switch my vote to a yes vote, and I want to thank thank the House for making the mistake, and the sponsors. Thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I renew the motion on fourth and final reading for the passage of House Bill 1236.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1236 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader. Senators Marble, Lundin, Hill, Smallwood, Woodward, Sonnenberg, with 27 ayes, 7 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1236 is passed. Co-sponsors. General orders, second reading of bills. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate, that motion is adopted, and the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills. And Senator Zenzinger will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the coat rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 185?
Senate Bill 185 by Senator Bridges and Tate and Representatives Tipper and Wilson concerning the creation of the Colorado Imagination Library Program.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 185 lay over to the end of the general order second reading of bills calendar.
The motion before the body is to lay over Senate Bill 185 to the end of the general order second reading of bills. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over to the end of the general order second reading of bills calendar. So there's 2 committee reports. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 1007, excuse me.
Senate Bill 007 by Senators Pedersen and Winter, Representatives Montejo and Wilson concerning treatment for substance use disorders.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 007 along with the committee reports from Health and Human Services and the Appropriations Committee.
To the Health and Human Services Committee. Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We actually ask for a no vote on this committee report because we have another amendment that's basically stripping out most of the work that we've done. So with that, we ask for a no vote.
The motion before the body is to reject the Health and Human Services Committee report. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee report will be rejected. To the appropriations report.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hold on one moment. I'm going to repeat back the correct motion. Senator Pedersen, would you please repeat your motion for the Health and Human Services report?
Repeat the motion that I move the committee report. And I also ask for a no vote.
All right, so the motion before the body is for the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it, and the report will be rejected.
And let's do that again, right?
To the appropriations report, Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also ask a no vote for this committee report.
Would you move the report? Oh, excuse me, Senator Winter already moved it. The motion before the body is for the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the report is not adopted. To the bill, Senator Winter.
Thank you, members, for rejecting those committee reports, as we're making significant changes to this bill to make sure that we are changing the fiscal note and making it relevant to this time. And with that, I would like to move Amendment L008.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read the amendment L008?
Amendment L008, Senate Bill 007 by Senator Pedersen, amend printed bill page 4, strike lines 2 through 10, strike pages 5 through 8, page 9, strike lines 1 through 6, or number 16 sections accordingly, page 10, strike lines 6 through 27, page 11, strike lines 1 through 18, or number 16 sections accordingly, page 12, strike lines 3 through 27, page 13, strike lines 1 through 6, read number 16 sections accordingly, page 15, strike lines 22.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Would you please move the amendment now that it's been read over?
Move the amendment again. All right. I move L008 and ask that you vote yes. This is basically stripping out the entire pieces that will cost money. As you know, we're having to make significant changes along the way with our changing times and our significantly reduced budget. So this is a much more narrowed version of the bill, and I ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L008? Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd ask for a senatorial 5 since this is a multi-page amendment. I'd like to go through it.
We will take a senatorial 5. Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to withdraw my amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. We will take another senatorial 5. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 7 lay over to the bottom of the general order second reading of bills calendar.
The motion before the body is to lay over Senate Bill 007 until the bottom of the general order second reading of bills calendar. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over to the bottom of the calendar. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 55?
Senate Bill 55 by Senators Priola and Story and Representatives Cutter and Arnn concerning the expansion of market mechanisms for the further development of recycling.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 55 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations report.
Madam Chair, in appropriations, they appropriated money as well as they clarified some wording for CDPHE. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriation Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. Senator Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 55 is about incentivizing in-market recycling manufacturing, something that would be new to the state and would create jobs and has no general fund impact, is supported by grant monies out of CDPHE, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, excuse me, Senator?
It's Hill.
I forgot. Senator Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In your defense, many people want to forget me. Colleagues, I think we could just start this conversation based on the title of this bill. The title of the bill is Concerning the Expansion of Market Mechanisms for the Further Development of Recycling. I think it's important here to recognize what a market mechanism is. A market mechanism is a willing seller meeting with a willing buyer and discussing what a price is. And the reality is, with all that's going on in international economics, we have no willing buyers in most cases for these products that we're talking about. And so the idea here is that government can expand or create a market mechanism for recycling. Because you see, the challenge is we can't do that in government. The only way we can say, well, if there's no willing seller and no willing buyer aligning on a price to transact, in this case, transacting recycling goods, if that doesn't exist, the only way we can create a market mechanism is subsidizing or compelling in one way or another one side to come to the table that isn't currently willing to come to the table. We can talk about the prudence of that. We can talk about the intelligence of that, but the reality is we're kidding ourselves if we think that Senate Bill 55 is going to change the international economics of what has been the recycling market up until now. That has fundamentally broken down, and in an age of COVID, in an age of transportation challenges, in an age of, I mean, we've all seen the reports of shipping challenges, we've all seen the reports of trade challenges within this. If we think this is going to help, guys, we have an overdeveloped sense of our own importance. We have an overdeveloped sense of our ability to put a few words on paper and say somehow we are going to make a market. Somehow we are going to make buyers and sellers all of a sudden willing to transact. I get frustrated of all these programs that we put in down here that require new effort, new energy, new expenditure on behalf of both consumers as well as Colorado businesses in an environment where there isn't a market to be made. I would say there's never a good time to put this in, but if ever there was a bad time to put something like this in, it's right now. When our local businesses, when our local consumers are, I won't say they're down for the count, but man, they've sure taken a punch to the gut. And COVID has done this. We have done this as a government. We have made this more painful than I would say it should have been. And Senate Bill 55 is an ill-timed, and it's a poorly devised economic scheme in a world where there is not a market mechanism, and no amount of our word writing on a few pieces of paper is going to create a market mechanism in this current environment. Only downside to this, no upside to this. Colleagues, I respectfully ask for a no vote.
And the chair wishes to apologize to the good senator from Colorado Springs. I was going to identify you as Senator Owen, and then it occurred to me that is your first name and not your last name, so I apologize. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in the illustrious words of Bart Simpson, contraire mon frere, we attended an interim committee last year which we found and discovered that manufacturers such as Coors and Budweiser in the state of Colorado, who employ a lot of people, are having a difficult time getting enough recycled glass. The reason they want more recycled glass is because it saves their bottom line on energy cost as well as cost of virgin items imported from out of state. This is just one example. There's a show on CNBC I watch now and then. I forget the gentleman's name, but he turns around companies, and the two words or the phrase he uses is people and process. This bill helps streamline the existing process, and that's why it has existing market mechanisms, because there are already market mechanisms that this bill helps to improve upon. It has an education component. It takes some money from a grant as well as an enterprise that many members of my constituents are glad passed last year, because now they have fewer trash trucks out in eastern Adams County. So when this bill passes, it will help increase the amount of recycled glass among other items that are valuable: aluminum, cardboard, especially cardboard in the day and age of Amazon.com, which is very valuable. So I simply disagree with the good senator from El Paso County. I also was remiss in forgetting to run an amendment that was asked for by industry, and I will do that now. So with that, I move L006 and ask for an aye vote.
One moment, the amendment has not been turned into the desk yet. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L006?
Amendment L006, Senate Bill 55 by Senator Priola, amend Printed Bill page 5, line 20, strike packaging and substitute packaging, including the potential impact and end markets for the materials.
Senator Priola, can you please move the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L006. This is a clarifying amendment that strikes package on page 5, line 20, and substitutes packaging, including the potential impact on end markets for the materials. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L006? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L006 is adopted. Is there any further discussion? Senator Lundeen. I apologize. Senator Owen Hill from Colorado Springs.
Thank you, Madam Rachel. Madam Chair, Rachel. Colleagues.
Only I had the power to fine.
Madam Chair, if this bill passes, maybe it'll increase your ability to fine. Colleagues, I realize if we're going to quote Bart Simpson in French, we might as well quote the great economist, Senator Owen. Look, here's the reality. Let's talk about the specifics of glass and glass recycling, because that was, called out as a specific reason for this. And I think it's important to talk about specifics, because sometimes we get into theoretical and we're just throwing theoretical au contraire, my frere, back and forth on economics. But the reality with glass is, and many of you have studied this, I share a desire to recycle. We spend a lot of time and energy actually on that in my family, in our household. But the economics and the mechanics of recycling glass are quite brutal. And that no matter how you run the numbers, in almost every single case, it takes more energy to recycle glass than to create new glass, right? I mean, you know the process, sand, silica, all this stuff. It takes more energy to recycle glass than to create new glass. And so our argument is, you want to pick one side of the argument and say, hey, well, we want to be better stewards of Earth's resources. I agree. I think we're called to that. I think we're called to that as responsible human beings. I think we're actually called to that as part of the creation. But the reality is, recycling glass is not better stewardship of Earth's resources. But we're saying in here, well, since it's not an economic, it doesn't make mechanical sense, we're going to take government and try to change the economics of that. Colleagues, that makes it even more inefficient. That makes us even more of a failure of the stewardship of Earth's resources on recycling of glass. Happy to have a further discussion of that, understand it, understand the intentions, but the reality is glass recycling is a complete disaster when it comes to responsible stewardship of Earth's resources. Secondly, let's say they want to use it. I mean, the statement was that Coors and these other manufacturers want more recycled glass. Why can't they get it? Colleagues, why can't you get anything in America that you want more of? The reality is you don't want to pay for it. You don't want to pay the price that would be required to get more. I would love an iPhone 11. The reality is I can't get more iPhone 11 because I can't afford it, and it's too much for me. The only way we can get them more recycled glass, the only way we can solve that problem, which is a price problem, is for us to subsidize it or create some kind of regulatory environment that makes it more of an incentive for them to do it. Now, we could say that's a good time, but this is a horrible time for shifting that market. It's a horrible time for putting that back on. If we were serious about helping out Colorado business, I think there are a whole bunch of other options we have, but trying to remake a broken market mechanism is not one of them. Colleagues, respectfully ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 55.
Senator Coram.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm looking for a minority leader because I think he would probably want to buy a lottery ticket today because I am in total agreement with the senator from Colorado Springs. I served on this committee and I traveled the state and I love recycling. But the fact is, recycling is market driven. And we talked about the glass factory that we viewed, and it was amazing. And I heard the story of we need more recycled glass. So my question was, what are you paying for it? And the answer they gave me, and I calculated right quick because I have a little history in the transportation business, what they're paying will not cover the freight costs. So the only way that we can do this is to create a false economy and subsidize this issue. The same issue goes with cardboard. You know, a couple of years ago, cardboard was bringing $200 a ton. Pretty high priced. Was going to Asia. That market has dried up. Talking to one of the recyclers, they were trying to get a bid of $35 and couldn't get a bid. They had bales and bales and bales of cardboard laying around. Unfortunately, the only thing that is being recycled right now, and it is because of the market, is aluminum. Soda cans and beer cans are being recycled. So I look at this $1.3 million that we're spending here, and frankly, members, in all due respect, I encourage recycling, but this is not the tool to do it with. That money can be spent better elsewhere. ask for a no vote.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And members, I am very much in support of this bill. I do want to set the record straight, though. I had a chance to look up a couple of studies during this debate, one from Stanford University, one from just down the road at our esteemed National Renewable Energy Laboratory. Both estimate between 10 and 15% energy savings from recycling glass. So let's be clear about this. Recycling glass is about environmental stewardship, is about energy savings, is about reducing emissions in our great state. This is a great way for the state to encourage that, to accelerate that. We have great examples of it already happening in Colorado. We are saving energy and we are reducing emissions. I ask for an aye vote on the bill.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I appreciate a couple of the previous speakers' comments. Now, we all know the first law of thermodynamics, right? Crickets. Heat energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It's finite. It exists, and we've only got so much. We need to manage it, deal with it as we want. I was going to step to the mic and say, like the wonderful song from Wicked that says, defying gravity. This bill is defying physics. Now, that's an open debate. That's an open debate. I think there are those who would argue that it burns more energy, reallocates more energy, subject to the first law of thermodynamics, by recycling than it does by creating glass. We're talking the glass process here from the fundamental elements of glass, energy, silica, etc. But that's an open debate. We'll table that one for now and say, we could talk about that one for a long time. We could refer to all sorts of scientific studies. Does this bill defy gravity? Does this bill defy physics? Open debate. However, there is no open debate, in my opinion, which is typically bending towards truth, I would argue, about the fact that this bill does defy market realities and economics. This bill can distort, or the processes created by this bill can distort for a period of time those market and economic realities, but it cannot sustain them without your help with votes, session after session after session, and the taxpayers' help with dollars day after day after day. You can distort a market, but supply and demand are supply and demand, and they will find their equilibrium. Now, the distortion is when we, through the coercive power of government, choose to take dollars from individuals and subsidize something. We can distort, but we cannot change the laws of economics. So my question inherent in this is to the bill sponsors, can you distort the marketplace long enough to, in fact, change or transform that marketplace? And if you can, I would challenge that hypothesis. I don't think you can. But if they believe they can, how long will you need to distort that marketplace at the cost of taxpayers' subsidy in order to transform that marketplace? That is a legitimate question. If it takes 2 years, you know what? You might earn my vote. If we know we can bend that curve, boy, talk about a phrase we've really overworked in the last several months. If you know you can change that marketplace somehow by distorting that marketplace in a short period of time, might be worth it. I believe the reality is the marketplace will return to the mean. It will regress to the mean in a short period of time if, in fact, the sustenance of subsidy is taken away at the cost of the taxpayer. So my question to the bill sponsors is, how long do you need to distort the marketplace to get to what you believe will be a changed reality, if you, in fact, believe you can change the reality?
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, sponsors, for carrying this bill. I think you're going to see a pattern developing from me over the past couple years, because I hope to start a conversation in this state. So any bill that comments on recycling, I'm going to try to come up and ask people to think about a different way forward on recycling. I grew up in the garbage business, and my old man's a dust man. If you, I can sing that Irish ditty if you want, but you guys don't want, so I won't. But and we don't own that business anymore. I should also make that clear for the record. But when I was in middle school, we started recycling. We didn't even know what to call it. I think we called it like at your home recycling. We didn't even have phrases like curbside recycling or any of the common kind of terms we do it. That's where we were on the leading edge. My brother came back from college and thought we should start recycling, and around our dining room table one night, we as a family and a family business decided that we were going to start figuring out how to do that. Guess what? I'm 41 now, and the same challenges. Are you not allowed to say that on the record? I'm 41. But the same challenges we were talking about then, we're still talking about now. So this is what I'm asking. We need to shift the conversation on recycling from individuals being responsible for solving the problem and as the beginning of the production change to stop producing so much material for the waste stream. It has been one of the great, I would say, corporate hijinks of our time, that they have all convinced us that it's our job to solve the problem of the amount of waste we put into the system because of the products we buy. And so yes, is this bill a noble attempt at figuring out how to, or do I believe that this bill has the best intent of the sponsors to address an issue? Yes. But I want us to start to change this discussion as leaders who care about the future of our planet and our environment, to stop asking individuals to be the ones that are responsible for this issue. I heard an ad recently on a podcast by a well-known cosmetics company. And they said, we should all do our part to save the world, and therefore we ask you to recycle our product after you're finished with it. I hope in the future that conversation changes and says we can all do our part to save the world, and that is thereby we as a corporation are going to re-examine how we package our product. So thanks for allowing me some time. I'm going to continue to try to beat this drum, because now decades later, we are still trying to figure out how to recycle the products that end up on our household, instead of demanding that corporations across the world reduce the amount of stuff that they create that ends up in our waste stream. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 55? Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciated the immediate prior speaker's comments, but I had prior to that lodged a question for the bill sponsors, and I'll just reframe it this way. How long will you extract a subsidy in the form of hard-earned dollars earned and taxes paid from the taxpayers to try to distort the marketplace based on your conviction, I think a mistaken, a fallacious conviction, that you can in fact change the marketplace? How long do you need to? Give me some metrics, some statistical analysis, some reason to believe that if we do this for a certain period of time in this certain way, we can change the marketplace. Tell me how much it's going to cost the taxpayers to in fact defy physics or defy economics.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, maybe we got off a little bit on talking about the economics specifically of recycling, partly because I started talking about that. The reality, though, is I just want to read a couple of sections of this bill just to clarify what we're talking about here. Because at the end of the day, this really doesn't even get that deep into the economics of recycling. It doesn't even create market mechanisms. I mean, it's almost like we could talk specifics if we did this, but this is classic, like, we don't have any ideas, so let's put a committee together to come up with some ideas so we don't have to take responsibility for the laws we pass. Let me read this, right? So this is the first section of the bill. And we're going to have an advisory board. The advisory board shall recommend to the department, so we'll have an advisory board recommend to a government department a structure and governing guidance for a recycling market development center. So when we've shut down 30% of our economy, we're going to say, hey, let's come up with a new way to expand government, a recycling market development center, to support the development of in-market businesses within the state by achieving the goals of this center as specified. So let's read the specification. The advisory board shall work with a broad range of stakeholders, including institutions of higher education. All right, so we're going to, I know CU's already working on this, so we're giving them permission. I know Mines is already working on this. Experts, waste haulers, material recovery facility operators, brokers, and others. Just to clarify, we've got others in there. They shall review what other states have done. They shall explore funding opportunities for this center, both private and public. So we're going to create a government department to explore opportunities for more government funding. We're going to report to the General Assembly's committees with jurisdiction over solid waste and recycling. Colleagues, every one of us, every single person in this room has sat on one of these committees. We've done it on education, we've done it on healthcare, we've done it on, go down the list. I think the good senator from Douglas County probably sat on like 3 of these committees this past summer alone, as we were talking about. Colleagues, how many times has this type of committee come out with a kind of change that we're actually talking about here? The pie in the sky ideas of rethinking a conversation on whatever. We just regurgitate the same old ideas. And it's kind of an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment to the committees I've sat on because I guess I'm a part of it on the education front. But we know this is not the way to generate new ideas. The goals of the center are to assist existing and new in-market recycling businesses that process or reuse recyclable materials into new products sold or otherwise furnished to end users. Evaluating the short and long-term capacity of existing markets. Well, we've already said there is no existing market. So, hey, we could check that one off because there is no short-term or long-term capacity to use current and future quantities. But here's where it gets just absurd. We're going to develop a recyclable material database to identify how much recyclable material is available and from what sources and regions. Colleagues, this already exists out there. You already have a broad market for this. You already have a broad collection of people willing to sell. The challenge is right now no one's willing to buy at those prices. So we're actually asking them to create a database that already exists when we know the problem is people unwilling to pay the current prices for the energy and all the inputs that go into this. We're going to recommend state and local policies to increase the supply of recyclable materials. Colleagues, we have a supply of marketable materials. The challenge is not a supply. The challenge is the logistics and the price of the logistics to take recyclable materials to market. And the reality is people don't want to buy them. Even China doesn't want to buy it anymore. Colleagues, that's a joke about increasing the supply. If you've read any newspaper out there, if you've watched anything, whether on CNBC or wherever it is, you can just Google it right now and look. There are pictures of giant boatloads of recyclable material sitting out there that no one wants to buy. And I realize we have limited attention that we're paying to this, but colleagues, in all seriousness, this is absurd to suggest that we need to increase the supply of recyclable material when there are barges floating out in the middle of the ocean with nowhere to go because they're loaded up with recyclable material nobody wants to buy. So we're going to look at connect in-market businesses with funding assistance, and this is what I'm talking about. Funding assistance, grants, loans, tax breaks through the Colorado Office of Economic Development and other sources, and expanding and diversifying these funding sources. That's the crux of the matter. The reality is we don't have a market, and the only way we can get a market is using other people's money to change the economics of the existing market failure. That's the crux of this matter. And if it was only that, then I would say, well, we're just kind of economically illiterate, and that's why we passed this bill. But here's where it gets so dumb. Guys, and there's no other word for it but dumb, because now we're going to recommend public outreach campaigns, which may be material specific, to increase the supply and quantity of recyclable materials. And I'll read that. I'll just read that requirement just to clarify. We are talking about on or after October 1st, 2020. So on or after October 1st, we're talking about when we've got all sorts of what does it look like to reopen, how much energy should we spend getting teachers back to work, what does it look like to get children back to school. On or after October 1st, 2020, the Department of Public Health and Environment shall administer a statewide campaign to educate Colorado residents concerning recycling. Colleagues, that's what this is about. It's a new advertising campaign that we're going to pay for, where we get people, in the words of former President George W. Bush, get people more smarter about recycling. If you think that's our priority, that's our task right now when we're talking about teachers and budget cuts and all that kind of stuff, we're going to tell the department they got to run a statewide campaign educating people about recycling? That's the joke here. That's the joke, where we think we are that important to the future of Colorado that we need to give. I mean, in all seriousness, how do we plan on doing a statewide advertising campaign? Are we going to print this on paper? Are they going to be required to recycle the very paper they print their advertising materials on? Is this online? We're just going to go compete with all the online garbage that's already out there on every single website? Colleagues, look, there are good ways to deal with things and there are bad ways to deal with things. This is a bad way to deal with an important problem. This is a bad way for us, pun intended, to kick the can down the road. There are no specific solutions in here. There are no specific recommendations. It's for us to feel good about ourselves, to say we're dealing with recycling by creating a new government program that tells us how to solve a problem. Colleagues, I think this is kind of an embarrassment of our body right now. It's an embarrassment. We have important things to work on, and we're talking about a joke of a new government department with no specific tasks other than to run a statewide marketing campaign and do a literature review that's already available anytime you choose to search right now on Google. Thank you, colleagues.
Majority Leader Fenberg. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 55 lay over to the bottom of the calendar.
The motion before the body is to lay over Senate Bill 55 to the end of the second reading of bills, general orders calendar. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over to the end of the calendar. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 51?
Senate Bill 51 by Senator Pruitt and Representative Valdez A. concerning license plates and in connection with specifying that in order to minimize potential loss, registration, or revenue, the license plates of a motor vehicle that is classified as Class C personal property expire upon the sale or transfer of the motor vehicle, and that in order to improve eligibility of enforcement, a revised color scheme is required for certain license plates manufactured on or after a specified date.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move Senate Bill 51 and the Appropriation, Finance, and Transportation and Energy reports.
To the Transportation and Energy report.
Members, we made an amendment in transportation, and it's been a long time ago, so let me find it. I believe it was clarifying language, not substantive. Here it is, yeah, ask for an aye vote.
The motion is to adopt the Transportation and Energy Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The aye has it, and the committee report will be adopted. To the Finance report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we struck the change back to the 80s green color scheme to reduce the fiscal note in finance. Ask for an aye vote.
The motion is to adopt the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations report.
Members, we also added some more clarifying language in the Appropriations report. Ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Noes. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill.
Members, Senate Bill 51 came out of the TLRC this summer. It's a good bill that ensures that the standard license plate is manufactured in a manner that is easily readable for law enforcement as well as revenue vis-a-vis tollways, so on and so forth. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to rise in support of this bill, sponsored by the good senator from Adams County. This is one of those bills that's in the sweet spot. Good government, cleaning things up, making things more orderly, doing something that benefits the people of Colorado without costing them an enormous amount. So I just wanted to acknowledge the good senator from Adams County and thank him for what this good government bill and urge your support of this bill.
Is there any further discussion? The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 51. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 51 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1001? Excuse me, Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order and take up House Bill 1183.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order and to take up House Bill 1183. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order and take up House Bill 1183. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1183?
House Bill 1183 by Representative Malka and Senator Janal concerning the continuation of the certification of nurse aides by the State Board of Nursing and in connection with implementing the recommendations contained in the 2019 Census Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1183 and the Health and Human Services Report.
To the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Health and Human Services Report amended the bill so that in the case of a minor who is in need of medication, that medication be pre-sorted by the minor's parent or guardian. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye. All of those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is a sunset continuation of the certification of nurses' aides. It continues the regulation of certified nurses' aides for the next 7 years until 2027. It also combines the laws regulating the practice of certified nurse aides regarding the putting them into the Nurse Practice Act. And it also modifies the exception to the uncertified nurse's aide practice in a medical facility to allow an uncertified individual to practice for up to 4 months if the practice is within the scope of employment and is part of an approved training program prior to certification, and the certification is not by endorsement. And this is brought about in many ways by our current pandemic. And so this allows more healthcare professionals. Nurses' aides are a very important part of our medical profession. They are the ones who take care home health and in hospital as well as in rehabilitation, but particularly seniors, young children. Nurses' aides are on the front lines, just as nurses are. So I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1183. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1183 is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order and take up House Bill 1210.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order and to take up House Bill 1210. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1210?
House Bill 1210 by Representatives Garvey and Duran and Senator Fields concerning the continuation of the State Board of Chiropractic Examiners in connection with implementing recommendations contained in the 2019 Census Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 20-1210 on second reading.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1210? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1210. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1210 is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1212.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1212. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1212?
House Bill 1212 by Representatives Landgraf and Corvée and Senator Todd concerning the continuation of the regulation of naturopathic doctors in connection with implementing recommendations contained in the 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And House Bill 1212, we are glad to bring with you, and I move.
Would you move House Bill 1212 for us, please? Would you please move House Bill 1212? Oh, you did?
And I move House Bill 1212. And we do have an amendment. House Bill 1212 is basically a sunset review of naturopathic doctors and the Department of Regulatory Agencies, and scheduled to repeal on September 2020. And so the state fiscal impacts are including both a minimal increase in the workload from the changes to the program under the bill, as well as the continuation of the program currently, revenue and expenditures. And this has been in process and working with both CMS and the American Academy of Pediatrics that are both very strongly in support of this. And
there is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L003?
Amendment L003, House Bill 1212 by Senator Todd. Amendment Gross Bill, page 5, strike lines 9 through 18, substitute Section 6 safety clause, General Assembly.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I move L003. And this L003 is to determine and declare that the act is to add a safety clause. And we know that this clause is necessary based on the current COVID conditions. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The aye has it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Tate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as my colleague from Aurora mentioned, this bill is implementing most of the recommendations from the Sunset Review report. We had a particularly contentious bill last year in terms of title protection, how naturopathic doctors present themselves, their credentials and things like that. That was all worked out and has been working well since then. And so with this bill, we're just maintaining the regulatory framework in place with some tweaks along the lines of consumer protection, as well as extending the next sunset review out for 9 years. Colleagues asked for a yes vote on the bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1212? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1212. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1212 is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order and take up House Bill 1215.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order and to take up House Bill 1215. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1215?
House Bill 1215 by Representatives Valdez and Ferguson, Senator Foote, concerning continuation of the Water and Wastewater Facility Operator Certification Board in connection with implementing recommendations contained in 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation.
Senator Foote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1215 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee report was a change between the petition clause and the safety clause. We've been discussing this change over other bills as well. The same applies for 1215. I ask for an aye vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read House Bill, or excuse me, Amendment L003?
Amendment L003, House Bill 1250, by Senator Foote, amendment Ring Gross Bill page.
Senator Foote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L003. Madam Chair, L003 is an amendment that addresses there was a contentious issue or just one contentious issue once the bill came over from the House to the Senate about the scope of an exclusion in this particular bill. And in the interim, actually, we had this hearing prior to our adjournment in March. The issue came up at that hearing. CDPHE worked with industry representatives and was able to come up with language that was agreeable to them, and therefore I am offering it here, and hopefully that will take care of any contentious issues as part of this sunset bill.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The aye has it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Excuse me, it's the same one. Let's do it again, same as the first. Senator Foote.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a sunset for the Water and Wastewater Facility Operator Certification Board. It makes just a couple of changes to the existing board. One, it does continue the board until 2031. Another, it changes an exception that's currently in the board to be less of an exception that deals with septic. And then finally, it narrows an exclusion, but doesn't get rid of an exclusion when it comes to construction sites and their use of water. That's what L003 was ultimately addressing. So I ask for an aye vote on this sunset.
The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1215. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1196.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order and to take up House Bill 1196. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1196?
House Bill 1196 by Representatives Hooten, McCluskey, and Senator Fenberg and Lee concerning updates to the laws governing mobile home parks.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1196.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a continuation of a conversation we started last year. This updates the Mobile Home Park Act and brings it into basically just upgrades some of the rights of residents. This is an interesting part of essentially tenants law because a lot of these folks own their home, but they do not own the ground that it is on. And this is to make sure they have a basic level of protections. A lot of these regulations have not been updated and they've been on the books since 1973. This does things such as defining what retaliation is, some ground rules around evictions, transparency around utility billing because they often share utility infrastructure, but it's not a traditional utility company that provides their utilities. So this is essentially just bringing them up to similar standards that other renters or tenants have in law. And I think we need to do everything we can to ensure that folks, especially now, stay in their homes. And these are actually some of the last affordable homes that exist in the state of Colorado and a lot of communities. And it's important that these folks have the basic protections that others have and that they're able to stay in their homes as well. Madam Chair, I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1196? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1196. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1196 is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 170.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order and to take up Senate Bill 170. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order and take up Senate Bill 170. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 170?
Senate Bill
Senate Bill.
Senate Bill 170 by Senator Danielson concerning employment security and in connection therewith amending the definition of immediate family removing requirement that a claimant suffering from domestic violence provide written documentation of domestic violence in order to establish the claimant's eligibility for benefits and limiting the meaning of certain instances of the term remuneration to describe a service allowance.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 170 and the Finance Committee report.
To the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? The motion before the body is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Danielson.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Members, I urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 170. This is a measure that will, especially in this difficult time, help folks access unemployment when they need it the most. Specifically, it protects victims of domestic violence and breaks down a couple barriers that we have in place right now that might inhibit them from accessing the support that they need in a really tough time. So for those reasons, and I think also right now becoming more relevant in the time of COVID, when more people unfortunately are experiencing unemployment, we shouldn't put domestic violence victims in further danger by exposing them when they're trying to access this kind of support. So it's a pretty simple, straightforward measure that will benefit people right now who need it the most. And I urge your support for this measure.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 170? Senator Tate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question for the bill sponsor as someone who last session beat a drum at the time that the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund was in the hole $374 million. I imagine it's in much more dire financial straits now, and I wish maybe there'd be a bill or something coming up before we're done that handles that solvency issue. But getting to the fact that there is a fiscal note here, and the senator from Jefferson County mentioned barriers. I just noticed the issue about written documentation. I was wondering if the senator could describe for me what the challenge is in terms of providing written documentation versus why that can't happen, considering there's a pretty significant financial impact where other claimants to unemployment insurance might want to have a participation. Thank you.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for those who might not be familiar, victims of domestic violence are sometimes put at a further risk because of the paperwork requirements, having them to come down and expose their situation in a public manner. So there's a fear of disclosing this to others that would, I think, obvious reasons, increase the likelihood of further abuse, make them less safe, and it's really unnecessary. And so what we've done is offer some different options for providing the proof of abuse that puts them at risk, or if their employment would put a loved one at risk that they're in charge of. So it just gives the victim more options, and it puts them at less risk of disclosure, which in turn puts them at less risk of further abuse. So the whole point here is that their place of employment is unsafe and puts them or their loved ones at risk, so that when they need to separate from their job because of domestic violence, we shouldn't require unnecessary paperwork that puts them in further danger.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and appreciate the bill sponsor's responses to questions. This is quite amazing, this process of this interactive remote engagement. I appreciate the senator participating. Two questions. The first question goes to the fiscal note, and just I would like to understand more clearly. There's pretty significant upticks in unintended expense, $1.5 million in the first year, $3 million in the second year. Where that specifically would come from, I'm trying to understand what the definition, how that information was decided upon and forecast in that way. The second question has to go with, doesn't it make sense that there be some sort of acknowledgement of the circumstance? You're creating a kind of an exception here. You are creating an exception here. Shouldn't there be some acknowledgement, and is the sponsor confident that there is an adequate acknowledgement somehow of the circumstance that prompting this exception?
Is there any further discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to address the fiscal aspect. Appreciate your question. This bill is, I think, a conservative estimate from our fiscal staff that it would have an impact on the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund of $1.5 to $3 million. I want to put that in context of where we are today. We had approximately $1 billion in the trust fund going into this crisis. We were not fully funded going into the crisis. $1.5 million in the context of our current benefit payout right now is $250 million per month. Folks, this is a negligible rounding error in the context of the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund, and it's good public policy to allow 170 to move forward because it is an appropriate exception. It is an appropriate expansion, and the fiscal impact is negligible. The reason UITF is unfunded is because we have not adjusted the taxable base for inflation for 30 years. That's why we are unfunded. It's not because of good public policy like 170. I really hope we do not conflate the very minor fiscal impact of this bill against the crisis which we're up against right now. It is essentially a rounding error in the context of where we are with our trust fund.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the prior speaker's assertion that this is good public policy. I'm inclined to agree. But my question that remains unanswered is, shouldn't some acknowledgement for this exception be appropriate? Or isn't some acknowledgement of the exception, wouldn't that in fact be appropriate? I realize that the bill seeks to eliminate all the paperwork, but an acknowledgement of the exception would seem logical to me, and I would ask, is that not a fair ask on behalf of the additional cost that this does carry? And I get it, I understand. In the context of an enormous fund, this policy change isn't going to destabilize the fund's fiscal soundness. That's not what we're talking about here. I'm just saying it seems good, prudent public policy when you make an exception to at least acknowledge why the exception is being allowed.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the chance to listen to this bill in committee, and I'll say that the bill is very well intentioned, and there is a vast majority of this bill that I could support and approve. The idea of amending the definition of immediate family, expanding and opening up unemployment to folks who suffer from domestic abuse, and all of those kinds of things. So I like I like most things about this bill, except the one point where it says that we're going to remove the requirement that someone suffering from domestic violence provide written documentation. Until now, a worker had to provide proof of concern for their safety, something like a court-ordered restraint. What this bill does is it opens it up so that someone can simply walk into the unemployment office and say, I'm worried or I'm suffering from domestic abuse at home, so therefore I would like to have unemployment. Now, I've simplified it a little bit, but what should happen is that person who's suffering, it would be far better for them to visit a court or a doctor or someone who could vouch for them, perhaps get them some help, instead of walking up to a desk of an unemployment officer who simply checks the box, who can provide them no additional help or support. So I think that we're misserving these folks who might need some help, and we're opening the Unemployment Trust Fund up to abuse because we're not requiring some sort of documentation. So I think this little piece of it alone makes me a no on this bill.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Bridges. Senator Bridges.
It's agreed on. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L003.
Hold on one moment. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L003?
Amendment L003, some 170 amend printed bill page 5 after line 13, insert section 4 and Colorado Revised Statute.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This just allows the department to work with the Attorney General's office if they wish, if the Attorney General's office wishes, just to make sure that there is no misclassification of employees going on. It's I think a pretty good addition to just strengthen that piece of the bill, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L003. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L003 is adopted.
Thank you.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues. And I also wanted to thank the Department of Labor and their team for working with me on this measure. We started this before the COVID crisis hit our state and our country and the planet. So it was a good measure back then. But what we've seen in the meantime is that unemployment obviously is on the rise because of the COVID crisis. But also victims of domestic violence are suffering in a different way now that people are staying at home. So it's become a very critical measure to pass. So in order to support victims of domestic violence in a really tough time, now more than ever, we need to get this measure done. And I really appreciate your support on Senate Bill 170.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much. A couple of thoughts, a couple of points. The good senator from Loveland raised a very important point. We have a circumstance, a crisis, potential domestic abuse, and we are passing a policy here that says, we don't want to see that. We don't even want to know about it. Currently, there's a possibility for the system to provide support, to be aware of, to engage in, and to see an individual in crisis. I think being seen is very important when you're a victim of domestic abuse or domestic violence. So that's my first point. I think the fact that we're not acknowledging, that we're not even aware of, we're just letting it roll through, that there's a potential error there. My second point is this. When you're in this well, and when you're in a debate with colleagues about shaping your policy that will become the policy of the state of Colorado, or shaping their policy, which will become the law of Colorado, we tend to have an ability to give and take, to interact. And it seems as if it might be just a little bit too comfortable to sit off-site and away and not engage in questions and answer to the questions being brought in the well.
Senator Lundin, could you
troubles me
please
perhaps a little
confine
bit.
your comments to the bill?
Then the comment to the bill is, would it not make sense to acknowledge a person who is in crisis of domestic abuse in some way for their protection, as well as for the benefit of good public policy? And would that not be a fair thing to include in this legislation, instead of just washing it away, turning our back, not even acknowledging that's the circumstance? And I ask that question of the bill sponsor.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, actually, for those who are familiar with the circumstances that face domestic violence victims, confidentiality and privacy are absolutely paramount. It is a fundamental protection that we are providing these victims with this bill. The advocates for this bill include advocates for survivors of domestic violence. This is a measure to protect them at their request, because what we have in place right now exposes them. I don't think that we should subject victims of domestic violence to further abuse because of a paperwork requirement. We're in the business of helping people, and now more than ever, they need us to stand up and take action and do our jobs. And that's what we're doing with this bill. In an unprecedented time like this, people need to access these services, and them being a victim of domestic abuse shouldn't prevent them from doing so. We are protecting the victims with this bill. We are making it easier for them to access necessary services. And for those reasons, I am here to urge your aye vote on the bill. And if you disagree with that, that is up to you. You can cast your vote how you like. We've had many, many weeks to work through any possible amendments. We sat through a very lengthy and comprehensive, robust debate during the committee hearing. There's been ample opportunity to put your ideas forward. We've debated them, we've voted on them, and here we are. You have the opportunity to step up and protect victims of domestic violence during a very difficult time and through circumstances that they face that are extraordinarily difficult. And that's why I urge an aye vote on the bill.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate my colleagues' engagement. And it is my desire that we see, as they choose to be seen, individuals in crisis, that we provide protection for those individuals who may be in crisis. And it is my concern that we may be making a slight misstep. Now, I will acknowledge, I will defer, I will say it is important that we see people as they desire to be seen. And based on that, I will stop pressing in, but my concern remains. But I wanted to come back to the well to thank my colleague for engaging in this debate, and I appreciate very much the perspective that has been brought. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill, Senator Danielson.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry to interrupt, Madam Chair. I also just wanted to add that what we're debating is a measure about unemployment insurance. This is not the avenue for disclosure. We want to get into law enforcement and all of the other issues that face domestic violence survivors. We can get into that on a different bill. We are talking about fundamental necessary services for these victims and standing up for their ability to protect themselves through a difficult situation where exposure could mean their lives. So I appreciate the comments made. I disagree with them. It is our job to protect these people. We have an opportunity to do so, and we need to do that now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 170. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 170 is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 181.
No, there's other bills that I laid over just like one bill at a time.
So the motion before the body is to proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 181. All of those in favor of the motion say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read Senate Bill 181?
Senate Bill 181 by Senator Lee and Representative Weissman concerning measures to improve outcomes for defendants who may be found incompetent to proceed.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the leadership of Senator Danielson on showing me how to do this remotely. I will try to emulate her good work. I move Senate Bill 181 and the Appropriations and Judiciary Committee reports.
To the Judiciary report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Judiciary Committee adopted two amendments. One to delete a section of the bill providing for a study of sentencing, and second, in response to a request from the district attorneys to remove the application of the bill's provisions to felonies. I ask for an aye vote on the Judiciary Committee report.
The motion before the body is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations report, Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee report adopted Amendment 003, which clarified how valuations are conducted in response to requests from the Colorado Psychiatric Society, and it also deleted a provision for the referral to the Bridge program, which eliminated the fiscal note. So the fiscal note on this bill is now 0. I ask for a aye vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
The motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 181 is part of an ongoing effort that we have had in the legislature to try to address people at the intersection of criminal justice and the mental health system. So this bill adopts measures which will keep people from languishing in jail while awaiting restoration to competency, especially people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and people with dementia and brain injuries. It also helps people who are incompetent to proceed to access needed services in the community. And finally, it helps address the competency backlog in our criminal justice system. What the bill attempts to do is to only keep people in the hospitals as long as necessary, and to move them back into the system, and that people in the system can get restored to competency. And if they can't be restored to competency, to have them fall under the civil commitment procedures. So I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 181.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 181? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 181. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 181 is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 204.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 204. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 204.
Senate Bill 204 by Senator Finberg and Representatives Jackson and Carveo concerning the provision of additional resources to protect air quality in connection therewith, increasing fees and creating the air quality enterprise.
Majority Leader Finberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 204 and the Finance Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Finance report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made an amendment in Finance Committee to specify some of the areas around who would be on the committee, as well as some guardrails around the type of science that the committee would be conducting, as well as we capped the fees for a total for each fiscal year for the next 3 years, and then put an ultimate cap on it for years after that. And I urge an aye vote.
The motion before the body, or excuse me, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All of those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made a small amendment to appropriate some money.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill, there is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L004?
Amendment L004.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L004.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is the result of quite a bit of stakeholder work and conversations over the course of several months. This, I think, strikes a balance and is gets the bill into a place that still accomplishes its original goals, but also removes the opposition or the folks that were asking for amendments, gets them more to a solid neutral place on this bill, which I think is important given the economic conditions that we are in right now. So this amendment does several things. It further limits the fees. It further provides guardrails around some of the work that would be done by this committee, and also adds some reporting mechanisms for the committee so the legislature and the General Assembly can actually be more involved in the oversight and understanding of what the committee is doing.
Period.
I vote.
Much praise goes to Allison.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L004? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L004. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill, Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a bill that has been in the works for a long time now, and I'm excited to get it to where it is right now, where I do believe it accomplishes the goals that we set out to do to make sure the Air Division has the appropriate resources to do their job, but also ensures that there is a mechanism to do unbiased science and research to help inform future policy that folks from all sides of this conversation can trust and rely on as we continue the conversations around our air quality here in Colorado.
The motion before the body is for the adoption of Senate Bill 204. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate Bill 204 is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order yet again to take up Senate Bill 197.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 197. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 197?
Senate Bill 197 by Senators Finberg and Marble and Representatives McLaughlin and Catlin concerning aligning state statutes with federal law on hemp.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 197 along with the Appropriations Committee report.
To the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill went to the Appropriations Committee and had some funds appropriately appropriated.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report that was appropriately appropriated. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L009?
Amendment L009, Symbol 197.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill is about ensuring that Colorado law aligns with federal law on hemp. And since this is an area that our state at the moment is very much a leader in, we want to continue that and make sure our programs stay up to date with federal laws so that we can continue the great work that our state and the ag community and others are doing. This is a department request for some changes to ensure that the definitions are correct and updated in statute, as well as to ensure that any possible fines that are collected go into the Industrial Hemp Registration Program cash fund that's already in existence.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 197, or excuse me, Amendment L009. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill. Is there any further discussion? Senator Marble.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we do move as amended, Senate Bill 197. And I just want to thank the Colorado Department of Ag, who has worked tirelessly on this, and also all of the farmers who have been so diligently keeping up to task in writing and communicating with the USDA, everything, all of their concerns, and keeping themselves on task with the CHAMP committee. This has been quite an undertaking, and hopefully this bill will really help get these farmers on the right track this year. And we cannot thank you enough, and I thank my Senate Prime sponsor for always being there with me on these bills and being so great to work with for hemp and agriculture.
Senator Gonzalez. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L001?
Amendment L011.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L011.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment L011 is based out of a study that that was conducted last year by the Clean Label Project CBD study, and we realized that there is contamination in hemp products, and worked with the industry, with the hemp industry, the marijuana industry, natural grocers, labs, CDPHE, and the Department of Ag and the Governor's Office in order to bring forward to you today L011. We want to make sure that all products are safe, and we want to be able to ensure that that public health concern. And so Amendment L011 will allow stakeholders to work together with CDPHE for common sense testing and labeling. I move Amendment L011 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L001? Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand the good intent of this bill, but we have been very certain that we want to keep hemp regulated as an agricultural product. We want to keep it safe. There's products out there that should not be on the market. But frankly, this bill is not going to do anything to help that, because most of this tainted product, as I refer to, comes from out of the country. So I would respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment.
And I apologize, I referred to it as Amendment 1, and it's Amendment 11. Is there any further discussion on Amendment 11? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment, Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a conversation that was started in the committee. We agreed to not put any amendments on in the committee to ensure that folks have more time to work on this and potentially find a compromise and a solution. My understanding is that the marijuana industry, the hemp industry, and the department is comfortable with this. I think there's a difference of opinion on comfort level between the two sponsors. I am okay with this as long as the understanding that I'm under is accurate, which is that this was a compromise language that folks on both sides of the issue settled on. I do think this is an important issue. I think the conversation really is about, is this the appropriate bill to solve the issue? And I think reasonable people could argue either way on that. But I do think whether it's through this amendment or through a bill next year, we absolutely need to look at ensuring that CBD and hemp products are what they say they are, and that they're not hurting people, especially since many of these products are used for medicinal purposes.
Senator Marble.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am against this amendment. As I spoke with the governor's office last night late, it was definitely made very clear that the marijuana industry and the hemp industry do have to stay separate. They are two separate industries, not to intermingle. Farmers find it very, very offensive that marijuana industry, who they have separated from, even as we took the definition of hemp out of the Constitution a few years ago, that passed whole, without question, that hemp was to be a separate industry away from the marijuana industry. And now to put marijuana industry at the table in the Colorado Department of Ag is not exactly what they had in mind, the farmers had in mind. What is in this is already being looked at as an agenda and a focus for CHAMP. They are taking everything into consideration, and the only thing that they are very concerned about, labeling, testing, the whole bit. But the marijuana industry has its issues, and the hemp industry has their issues, and they should not be at the same table. The hemp industry, through CHAMP and the CDA, and addressing things directly with the USDA is the proper way to go about working and establishing the foundation for the hemp industry. Farmers will not understand having the marijuana industry at the table now. How are they going to tell other people that they're actually a separate entity or industry when marijuana is at the table at CDA? These are two separate industries, and we have to maintain that. I cannot tell you or impress upon you enough that CHAMP and the CDA are already doing the things necessary for establishing testing. One of the things about MED and their testing, MED's testing is not precise, and we need better testing than what MED provides for the hemp industry. When we look at the tainted products coming in, most of those are coming in from overseas. That has more to do with the USDA and the federal level than anything with the Colorado Department of Ag. We need to work separately, and getting the marijuana industry a seat at the table at the Colorado Department of Ag is wrong. They're under a whole other regulatory agency, and commingling the two is not something that the farmers are real fond of. It has been, since I began working in the hemp industry, it has been my focus to establish them as separate, because it was what the farmers wanted. When we ran the concurrent resolution about getting hemp out of the definition and out of the Constitution where Amendment 64 is, it was because farmers said, we aren't marijuana. And I said, I know that. And they go, why don't you say that then? I answered their call years ago, and the voters took that definition out and they separated the two. And now we are running an amendment to put them back together. This is conflicting and it's not right. The farmers never expected this. This came out of left field. Where were the farmers? Where were the farmers at the table when this was written? This is MIG and the marijuana industry trying to get their regulatory hands on hemp. Hemp already has its problems, and they're trying to deal with them the best way they know how. And they are taking baby step after baby step and hanging on by a thread, because you know what? The USDA has been pretty heavy-handed in how they came through in interpreting and defining what was meant in the Farm Bill back in 2018. We ran a resolution here just a few months ago stating those grievances by the farmers. I put that together after listening to the farmers. That passed the House and Senate, and it went to the USDA. And because of that resolution and because of the farmers' voice allowed to be heard, the USDA is now listening. Where was MIG and marijuana when we were listening to the farmers when we wrote that resolution? Nowhere. But they want to come in and have a seat at the table so that their infighting and the problems that they have within their own industry can come in and be a part of hemp. Hemp has its own problems. We don't need to mix them. So I am just saying, please think about it and respect the farmers' desire to keep separate industries. And they do know the labeling and testing is so important, but med testing is not the answer because it is inaccurate, not specific, and we have better testing available out there. We just need more of it. So please think about it. All the work that we have done to separate these industries, and bam, right here, it's coming right back in. I can't do that. I just can't. And I hope you understand why and respect the farmers. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If you'll just permit the sergeants real quickly to change out the coverings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to walk through a little bit about what was in said amendment. It was to convene a work group of all of the parties, of all of the stakeholders, to try to figure this out, and to, by December, put forward a summary of their conclusions and recommendations. I thought that this was a reasonable path to move forward, pero perdóname, I got it wrong. I'll withdraw my amendment.
That amendment has been withdrawn. Senator Gonzalez.
It's what I get for trying to bring people together and work it out.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any further comment and or discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 197. All of those in favor, say aye. Aye. All of those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 197 is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1230.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order and to take up House Bill 1230. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1230?
House Bill 1230 by Representative Singer and Larson and Senator Fields concerning the continuation of the Occupational Therapy Practice Act in connection with implementing the recommendations contained in the 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1230. There is no committee report.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L004?
Amendment L004.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L004.
To the amendment.
Members, this is just a technical amendment. The amendment changes the word from qualifications with an S on it to qualification with no S. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L004? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the amendment. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1230 as amended. It's a sunset bill for occupational therapy. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1230. All of those in favor say aye. All of those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1230 is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1209.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order and take up House Bill 1209. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1209?
House Bill 1209 by Representatives Cutter and Mullica and Senator Janal concerning the continuation of the Nurse Physician Advisory Task Force for Colorado Healthcare and in connection with implementing the recommendations contained in the 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and specifying the type of physician organization to be represented on the task force and making an appropriation.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1209 and the Health and Human Services Committee report.
To the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the HHS report, which moves the next review date for the what's commonly called NPATCH, which is the Nurse Physician Advisory Task Force, Colorado, from September 1, 2020 to September 1, 2027, and ask for a yes vote.
Is there any discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of the report. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L003?
Amendment L003, House Bill 1209, Senator Janal, amending Ringo Bill, page 3, check lines 10 through 19.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L003 as a second reading amendment. And what it basically does is like a number of the bills that were mentioned here today, is it's adding a safety clause, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L003. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1209 as amended. And what I'd like to say about it is that it is a sunset advisory bill, but in-patch represents the state's only formal stage upon which physicians and nurses can and are required to address issues at the interface of medicine and nursing. And these are issues that continue to evolve, especially in the current state that we're in. And I believe that we should continue this sunset or this act until 2027. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1209? Senator Lundin.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, the good senator from Fort Collins and environs. Just one question. The FTE, is that an increase? The 0.2, it's only a partial FTE. Is that an increase from current status, or is that a restatement of current status? It's my understanding it's an expansion. And if it's an expansion, the question is, why so? I didn't see anything that looks like we're doing anything differently other than just staying with the program.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Monument. I do not know that answer, and I will certainly try to find that out for you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1209. All of those in favor say aye. All of those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1209 is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1116.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order and to take up House Bill 1116. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1116?
House Bill 1116 by Representatives Escar and Sullivan and Senators Todd and Gardner concerning an extension of the Procurement Technical Assistance Center program.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I move House Bill 1116 along with my cohort from El Paso County that is not with me today. But we are really excited.
And there is an Appropriations Committee report, if you could move that as well.
Thank you. And I move L002.
No, could you please move the Appropriations Committee report?
Oh, the Appropriations Committee report basically permits the legislature to to dedicate a certain amount of money to the functioning of this bill.
And could you please move the Appropriations Committee report?
And I move the Appropriations Committee report.
And we have already received an explanation for that. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All of those in favor say aye. All of those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L0? Jeez, oh Pete, this microphone has some issues today. Will the clerk please read the title to, or please read Amendment L002?
Amendment L002 to House Bill 1116 by Senators Todd and Gardner, amending Gross Bill page 4, line 17, strike 2, and substitute A, except as otherwise provided in subsection 8A1B of this section 2, page 4, line 21, strike section A, and substitute section A and...
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And L002 basically is addressing the appropriation based on where we are with the COVID situation. So basically what the amendment is doing is for 2021 and 21-22 state fiscal years, $175,000 that the state treasurer is required to transfer from the general fund to the fund on July 1st, 2020 and on July 1st, 2021. And again, this is in response to the COVID situation, and I ask for an aye vote on L002.
The motion before the body is the adoption. Oh, I'm so sorry, Senator Todd, but you still need to move the amendment. Could you move the amendment?
I did. I think I did. I move L002.
Great, thank you so much. The motion before the body is the adoption of L002. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. And I apologize if we missed that, Senator Todd. It's sometimes difficult to hear through our masks. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is a bill that both my co-sponsor and I have been involved with over many, many years. And it goes back to basically 2013 and 14 when the PTAC program, Procurement Technical Assistance Centers program, started. And it has been something that I think is probably one of the most successful programs in the state of Colorado for economic development. It is something that we have seen be a very promising adventure for many of our small businesses as well as larger businesses. The current 6-year contract between the office and the nonprofit entity will expire in September 2020, and this bill authorizes the office to renew the contract for up to 5 years. And so, again, it is both my cohort and I's honor to bring together in House Bill 1116 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1116? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1116. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1116 is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 186.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order and take up Senate Bill 186. All of those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 186?
Senate Bill 186 by Senators Fenberg and Holbert and Representatives Garnett and Neville concerning the independent redistricting commissions in Colorado.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 186 along with the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report.
To the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made a couple of smallish amendments to the bill. One was that we clarified that the clerk and recorder is in charge of managing the maps, not the county commissioners. That was a request from the clerk and recorder, from the clerks. We also clarified something around making sure this language jives with what's in the Constitution, which seems pretty important. And then we reduced the appropriation because of the delay in the census. The commissions themselves are going to have a different arrangement of staff because they will not be working on some of these things on the same timeline that we originally expected them to work. And then we also increased the per diem for commissioners from $99 a day to $200 a day.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do ask for an aye vote on the committee report. The one bit part of this that might seem somewhat controversial is the increase in per diem for the commissioners. The executive committee had met before introduction and we had discussed potential per diem, and we thought that our per diem or interim per diem of $99 a day made sense. We did get some feedback from folks who supported the legislation that referred Y and Z to the voters, that they felt that that was somewhat low. And we were asked to increase that and just ask for an aye vote. I do also agree with the majority leader. The clerks do have that responsibility. If there's any approval from county commissioners, I think there's agreement between commissioners and clerks that the way the amendment, the way the committee report would amend the bill is appropriate. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the State Veterans and Military Affairs report. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L007?
Amendment L007, Senate Bill 186 by Senator Fenberg, amend the State Veterans.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L007.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This adds one word, which is total, that actually reflects the same language that's in the Constitution. It was mostly an oversight that this was not included in the amendment that was in committee.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. Ask for an aye vote on L007. I believe this totally was a drafting oversight and totally ask for your total support of L007 to add the word total.
The motion before the body is to totally adopt Amendment 007. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. And the amendment is totally adopted. To the bill. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good bill. Vote yes.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 186. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. We will take a senatorial 5. Majority Leader Holbert, or excuse me, Majority Leader Fenberg. Thankfully, nobody's really paying attention right now, so Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 185.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 185. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 185?
Senate Bill 185 by Senators Bridges and Tate and Representatives Tipper and Wilson concerning the creation of the Colorado Imagination Library Program.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 185 and the Appropriations Committee report and ask for a no vote in the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All of those opposed, no. No. The motion to adopt the Appropriations Committee report has failed.
Are we rejected?
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L001?
Amendment L001, Senate Bill 185 by Senator Tate, amendment printable page 4, line 15, strike no later than December 31st.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L001 to Senate Bill 185.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What we've done with the rejecting the Appropriations Committee report as well as having this amendment is, one might imagine, we're removing the fiscal impact of the bill and making it subject to future appropriations as well as gifts, grants, and donations. And this bill, the amendment merely converts it to a permissive bill and a permissive function of the state librarian by which gifts, grants, and donations can occur. And the good senator from my colleague from my same county, Arapahoe County, and I both believe that this program, with how important it is and how successful it is, which, by the way, is predicated on future gifts, grants, and donations, that we'll be able to work hard to make that happen on the front end, as well as what we anticipated happening down the road. Urge a yes vote on L001.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L001? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L001. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what the Imagination Library does is it sends in the mail to every kid between the ages of 0 and 5 a book. And for those who remember the magic of the mail, when a book shows up in the mail, kids make folks read it to them. And there's instructions for adults contained in here. The data on this program is that there is a dramatic increase in not only literacy, which is expected if you've got all these books in the home, and there's data that more books in a home, the higher literacy rate. There's data that also shows that there is a better readiness for school, that across all subjects, kids do better when they have been read to growing up. This program is fantastic. It is subject to gifts, grants, and donations. It is permissive. It is something the state librarian wants. It's something we want, and especially in a time of COVID, when kids weren't able to go to things like preschool, when they weren't able to get the enrichment that they otherwise normally would have, this bill is especially important for times like these, so I urge an aye vote.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in discussing the bill itself, my colleague alluded to the data that supports this public policy. And I know a lot of times we make changes down here, kind of putting our fingers in the wind, hoping something's going to happen the way we want it to happen. It's especially helpful when we're working with something that has a track record that's quantifiable and provable. And that makes us particularly excited, and that's why my colleague and I worked assiduously to keep this initiative going. Ask for your support on Senate Bill 185.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 185. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted.
Thank you.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 7 lay over until June 5th.
The motion before the body is to lay over Senate Bill 7 until June 5th. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over until June 5th. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1061 lay over until tomorrow, June 5th.
The motion before the body is to lay over House Bill 1061 until June 5th. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will lay over House Bill 1061. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 28 lay over until June 8th.
The motion before the body is to lay over Senate Bill 28 until, and I didn't hear the date.
June 8th.
Until June 8th. All of those in favor say aye. All of those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over until June 8th. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1206 lay over until tomorrow, June 5th.
The motion before the body is to lay over House Bill 1206 until tomorrow, June 5th. All of those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over until tomorrow.
Jeff, you ready? You're going. That's what's happening.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not actually sure if this is out of order or not at this point, but I move that the Senate that we proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1019.
The motion before the
sorry, I don't know what 1019 is, but that bill's no good. House Bill 1001.
It turns out we are in order, so we will take up the next bill in order, which is House Bill 1001. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1001?
House Bill 1001 by Representatives Larson, Malcolm, and Senators Bridges and Priola concerning nicotine product regulations in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oh no, Madam Chair, find me $10.
I think I'm going to invoke my power to fine. We will fine the good senator who is acting not so goodly $10.
That's good. Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. I've spent some time today with members from the other chamber and got into my head. I'm sorry. No disrespect intended, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1001.
To the bill.
Go ahead.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill in a lot of ways aligns with federal statute that was changed in the last 12 months. Does a number of things, raises the age, increases the number of checks to dissuade youth from purchasing nicotine products, smoking products. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Colorado, we have the highest teen vaping rate in the entire country. This bill goes directly to the heart of that issue and will help keep vaping products out of the hands of teenagers while allowing those products to continue to be bought by folks who are over the age of 21. And this is a great bill that we have done a lot of work on. There will be amendments coming today, some that we think are helpful and some that we think are not. And so look forward to having that conversation.
Senator Sonnenberg. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L023?
Amendment L023.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L023. Members, there have been a number of people working on amendments, trying to figure out how to do this, trying to figure out how to eliminate a black market. What this bill does is adds the ability on the online sales and make sure that we put regulations in place that we use a third-party verification process. So what that means is that if someone orders a product online, that the company that they hire to do this will actually do a search to make sure that that person is who they are, make sure that that person is the age they say they are, and meets the requirements to buy a product. Then what they also do is they will mail it to the home, and it cannot be delivered unless there is someone 21 years of age to sign for it. So essentially what this does is it eliminates and puts in strong regulation to make sure that underage people cannot do this over the internet and hide behind the internet. There is a number of steps that have to be taken through this process in order to make that happen, and I applaud the work that was done to try and get this accomplished so that those that actually do shop on the internet and are afraid to go out can actually receive these products, and we still protect them from kids. I would ask for your aye vote on L023.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L023? Senator Priola.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Members, we've been aware of this amendment. It's a carve out for Juul. I ask for a respective no on this amendment.
Any further discussion? Senator Sonnenberg.
Okay, so thank you, Madam Chair. So if a company that you call out in the well talks about an amendment, all of a sudden it's a bad amendment? Explain to me why this is a bad amendment, that we would not want to keep these products out of kids' hands and still allow people to do internet online sales and still meet those kind of needs for these people that don't want to go out in public.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to this amendment, you know, we have built into the bill a pretty robust requirement to ensure that kids are not having vaping products delivered to them in the mail. That is a major source of those products right now. And while we appreciate the efforts of not just Juul, but many companies to create a really robust verification process on the front end when that purchase is being made, we think it is just as important. In fact, we think it is more important to have on the back end, on the delivery side, a human being who is responsible for checking the ID of the person that they are handing those products to. That's what we do with alcohol delivery, and I think it's what we need to do here with tobacco delivery as well.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and that's also in this amendment, that we have someone that is of age sign off on it. What this is asking for is to make sure that we can have internet sales. I guess the important aspect of this is, if we don't do this, what's the alternative? What we have now is a potential of a black market, expanded black market. This helps us. This helps the state. And I'm not usually one for more regulation, but this puts in place the safeguards for those that want to buy on the internet. Right now, with the bill the way they have it, you may be able to buy on the internet and you can use your parents' card. There's no third-party verification. There's a number of things that can happen that creates a black market. I would ask you to thoughtfully consider Amendment L023, ask for your aye vote so we don't create that black market.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L023. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. Senator Woodward. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L025?
Amendment L025 to House Bill 1001 by Senator Woodward, amending Green-Gross Bill, page 9, line
Senator
21.
Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that my wife got a kick out of years ago was when the bartender, the clerk would say, "Hey, you look young, so we're going to ask you to show me your ID." You know, sometimes that gets a little bit old for some of us who certainly look our age. My wife and I are kind of getting tired of showing our ID. But the interesting thing is having that rule in place, that little sticker that you see at the grocery store or the liquor store, makes it easier for those clerks to ask you for your ID. It avoids some confrontation with the customers. So one of the things that this amendment does is that it allows that sticker to say you have to show your ID if you're 50 or younger. Now, of course, the retailers, of course, get the chance to make that decision. So this just makes it identical with alcohol. Madam Chair, I move L025.
Is there any discussion? Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As someone who is always flattered when I am ID'd, I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L025. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Senator Bridges.
Yeah, that's fine. Ask for an aye vote.
All of those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Woodward. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L032?
Amendment L032, House Bill 1001 by Senator Bridges.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L032.
To the amendment.
Madam Chair, L032 puts a cap on the amount of fees that this new process can charge retailers. One of the things we heard from retailers is there was no limit to the amount of fees. We have worked with industry and the bill sponsors and come up with an amendment that makes sense. It sets a maximum on that fee, a little bit higher than the folks from industry wanted, but it's I think something that's livable. That maximum fee is $600. So I ask for an aye vote on L032.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for an aye vote on L032. You may have heard the song, you can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you get what you need. I thank both the advocates and the folks on the other side on this one for working together, finding a solution on this, and I think this is the right solution on this bill, and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L032. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion? Senator Woodward. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L026?
Amendment L0262, House Bill 1001 by Senator Woodward, Minnery Gross Bill, page 13.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L026.
To the amendment.
This amendment adds some funding behind an effort to enforce rules against smuggling. So one of the things that we see is a lot of products make their way into the state for cigarettes, tobacco, nicotine products from other states, and this puts some of the monies to make sure that retailers are complying, and if they're selling cigarettes in the state of Colorado, they should be taxed accordingly.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for an aye vote. Aye.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L026. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L027?
Amendment L027, House Bill 1001 by Senator Woodward. Amendment.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L027.
To the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment ensures that any tax or excise is only made on the product itself and not on shipping cost, handling fees, and those other things. It provides some more freedom for retailers in the medium through which they sell their product while they stay in compliance with age requirements.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we did discuss this bill or this amendment at length. And the challenge here for me and for the folks that I've talked with about this is that this changes what it is that we tax on and would result in a decrease in revenue for ultimately Medicaid right now. A lot of the dollars that this goes to, Amendment $35, are being used right now for Medicaid. And so this change would cause a cut in Medicaid, and that is something that we just simply can't support. So an urgent no vote on this amendment.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wonder if the prior speaker, the prior senator, could give some consideration. Doesn't this amendment avoid taxing service? We tax product, but we have avoided taxing service. This amendment seems to be clear. I think the amendment sponsor has articulated it well. This would avoid taxing service.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to request a senatorial 5.
We will stand in a senatorial 5. Senator Bridges.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I ask for a no vote on Amendment 27. Thank you.
Minority Leader Holbert.
A copy of it. Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair. The manufacturer's list price, I'm quoting from Amendment L027, line 9, does not include any charges for freight, which is a service, or transportation, which is a service, that are necessary to deliver from the manufacturer to or supplier to the distributor. If the manufacturer or supplier separately states those charges on the invoice issued to this distributor. So you get an invoice, you're a retailer, and you get an invoice, and it's got the price you pay for the product, which is probably a wholesale price, and then you have a line below it that is for shipping, delivery. And those are services. So if we're going to start taxing those services just on this product, we are opening the door to tax service. And we don't do that. We don't tax service in Colorado. And L027 is very simple. I can't imagine why we would oppose this. I don't think we have underage folks in Colorado ordering delivery services online secretly. They can. This has nothing to do with the underlying product in this bill, and ask for an aye vote on L027. It makes no sense that we would start taxing services.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I buy a pack of gum at the store, I'm charged tax based on what I pay at the store. And so I don't think we should be treating cigarettes any differently. This is currently how they are taxed. Making a change in tax policy is, frankly, I think, beyond what it is that this bill is about. And so I do not suggest making that change in tax policy in this bill. If we would like to do that in a future year, let's have that discussion. I, again, urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L027. All of those in favor say aye. All of those opposed, no.
No.
And the amendment is lost. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know for a fact that there is another member here in the chamber, my colleague from Arapahoe County, who would very much like to run some other potential changes to this. So I ask for a senatorial 5.
I see no need for a senatorial 5, but I will recognize at this moment Senator Jack Tate from the great city of Centennial.
Sounds like Jack there.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for giving a shout out to that fine western town of Centennial. It is America. That's featured in that famous novel we all read when we were younger, Centennial, if you remember, The Wild West. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here with some amendments.
There is
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we're concerned about a virus jumping magically from a microphone surface to the speaker.
Yes, Senator Tate, if you'll hold on one moment, there is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L031?
Amendment L031, House Bill 1001 by Senator Tatum and Regross Bill page 19, strike lines 14 through 17 to substitute be the delivery is made by an owner or employee of the licensed retailer who is at least.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L031 to House Bill 1001.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is related to the concept of delivery and the ownership of vehicles and such, and the recognition that with a small business and a sole proprietor business, the vehicle used for delivery may not be one that's leased or owned by the business, but may be a vehicle that's personally owned by the owner, and this is a clarifying amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we support this amendment. What happened in the drafting process is they copied the delivery wording from the liquor statute for this bill. What they didn't realize is in one of the prior liquor bills, there was a specific carve out to keep Amazon.com from delivering alcohol. So that's why the current wording exists, and I applaud the change from the good senator from Centennial.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also urge an aye vote to this. This is a change that I would love to see mirrored across law, just planting that flag in the sand there. So ask for an aye vote on this.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L031. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L029?
Amendment L029, House Bill 1001 by Senator Tatum and Regross Bill page 12, line 10, strike the second.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L029 to House Bill 1001.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you think about retailers in this sector, some have as many as 50 locations. And if you think about fees based on per location, and you have 50, 100 locations, the licensing costs can be pretty significant. What this amendment recognizes that that from a standpoint of regulatory burden in terms of the agency's ability to regulate, an owner that has many, many locations should be treated differently at the discretion of the agency's rulemaking in terms of the licensing cost. So what this amendment does is create a large operator license fee for retail locations over a certain size, by which then the agency, through rulemaking, can determine what that fee would be. It's possible, once the program's up and running, that the agency identifies that, there is no scale efficiency for regulators, and therefore such a fee would not make a difference. But this amendment provides the permissive language in the bill to provide that flexibility to the Department of Revenue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment to give that flexibility to the department.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L029. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The aye has it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L030?
Amendment L030, House Bill 1001 by Senator Tatum and Rose Bill, page 18, line 2, strike prohibited and substitute prohibited essential business designation, page 20 after line 9, insert 4. If the governor declares disaster emergency pursuant to section 2433.57.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if you were listening attentively to Mr. Carpenter, you would have heard the words disaster emergency. What this amendment recognizes is that with the governor's declaration, there has been a disparate treatment of some retailers versus others in terms of what's considered essential services. And so as I look at my colleague from Denver, we might have been inconvenienced in some ways by not having access to retailers as compared to others who prefer to patronize different types of establishments. And specifically, so what this amendment would do would say retailers with this type of license shall be treated the same as retailers with licenses from the Liquor Enforcement Division, as well as treated the same as retailers that have licenses via the Marijuana Enforcement Division. So I guess the bottom line is saying that if you're a tobacco store or sell tobacco products, you should be treated the same as a liquor store or a pot shop in terms of being open or closed when the governor declares an emergency disaster pursuant to what he's statutorily allowed to do. Again, urge and I vote on my amendment. Thank you.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do ask for support for this amendment. We dealt with this in Douglas County, where I serve as a senator. There was a business in Parker that certainly expressed their frustration, and I believe our district attorney wrote an op-ed, an article about this, and observed in this unique place called Colorado during the stay-at-home order that it was illegal or against the governor's order for that tobacco shop to be open, and that customers who wanted to buy regular tobacco could not at that store, but they could go down the street and buy, if Walmart or Safeway or Target sell those same products, they could go to a different store and buy those products, and that regular tobacco was restricted, but I think the DA referred to it as the wacky tobacco wasn't. Now this is a unique place because the people of Colorado voted twice to put in our Constitution first medical marijuana and then recreational marijuana. But I certainly heard from constituents who were frustrated that marijuana dispensaries remained open, but businesses that sell exclusively tobacco products were not allowed. Is it because their space is larger? No. No, it's not the size, the dimension, the location of the business. It was just strictly because one form of smokable material was deemed essential and the other wasn't. It was because that larger corporations that sell tobacco products somehow were essential, but small businesses that sell tobacco products were not. And I appreciate the good senator from Centennial bringing this amendment. It makes sense. Please vote yes.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, although I sympathize with the cause, I have signed on to other resolutions to end the state of emergency because I think hospitals have things under control, the processes are in place. I do think this amendment does not fit under the title of the bill, and I would ask for a title ruling.
I thought we were gathering it down.
We will do a discussion on a title ruling. The chair believes that the amendment fits under the title, so we will proceed. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that discussion. I am very, very sympathetic to this amendment, and I think it was wrong to treat tobacco stores differently than how marijuana smoke shops were treated. It's not how things should move forward in the future. This is something that we are working on, something we're working on with the governor's office, and it's not something that I think should go into this bill. And so I ask for a no vote on the amendment.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L030. All of those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. And the amendment is lost. Senator Tate.
I just want to say 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Thank you, sponsors.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Batting, 600 in baseball is pretty good, so agreed. I would just say that this bill has had as much discussion as any bill that I can remember, and there have been a lot of compromises made by folks around this bill. And again, knowing full well the origin of this song and how it is being used in politics currently, I believe that the idea still stands that you can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, I think in this bill, Colorado is getting what Colorado needs to help reduce teen vaping and teen smoking in this state. And I ask for an aye vote on the bill.
Senator Priola.
Thanks, Madam Chair and members. I too want to thank the folks who worked for months and months, a lot of hard hours. Stakeholder meetings has a long list of supporters that I won't take all of our valuable time by listing. And I also have a personal story with my family about teen vaping and smoking that I won't go into as well for the sake of time. But if anyone is interested, you can find it. NPR did a wonderful story on it, and it's online. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I looked at this bill, and it looks to me like we don't trust the people. Now we want from 18 to 21. If we continually try and restrict people, to regulate, to take those freedoms away, that's their choice. My understanding was at 18 you're an adult. Now it's 21. So if you want to continue putting this type of issues on the young, that's fine. But the reality is, I think 18 is an adult, and I think they do have that choice. I think parents need to educate their children ahead of time, but to come out with legislation that takes away from what I consider to be adults already, I can't support that. But I just, so many of us, and maybe are those that out there that still live with their parents at 18 or 21, I can't say. But in my day, we were already emancipated. We were already gone. We made those choices. So I find it somewhat offensive that we still treat children at age 21 as children. Thank you. I'll be a no on this vote.
Senator Bridges, hold on one moment. We need to clean the microphone. Thank you. Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am incredibly sympathetic to that argument. The challenge in Colorado is that those 13-year-olds that are smoking and vaping are in large part getting those products from people who are 18, from their seniors, their friends. Most 14-year-olds know someone who's 18. Most 14-year-olds don't know someone who's 21. And so this bill, in order to prevent those 14 and 13-year-olds from vaping, part of what we're doing here is raising that age to 21. And again, I'm incredibly sympathetic with the argument, but again, we have the highest teen vaping rate in the entire country here in Colorado, an incredibly high rate in my district. This is something that parents call me about constantly. This is something we've got to do something about. The federal government, in fact, has already raised the age of purchase from 18 to 21. So this, in fact, brings the state into alignment with the change that was already made at the federal level. Currently, retailers are required to have signs that say you must be at least 21 to purchase this according to federal law, as well as a sign that says you have to be 18 in order to purchase this according to state law. This just makes sure that you don't have to have both of those signs up, and again, brings us into compliance with existing federal law. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Crowder.
Well, the part of the problem too is we rely on our state finances on the tobacco settlement. So we want to use more of that tobacco settlement, and yet we want to treat children as children. And I reject the idea that 14-year-olds are getting their cigarettes from 18-year-olds. I think what you might want to do is tighten up on the rules on how they purchase, because I just don't see that that's happening. And to say that most kids don't know, they know a lot of 18-year-olds but not 21-year-olds, I'm not sure I adhere to that too. But the idea that trying to restrict freedoms of young men or women who are 18 to 21, to me, is not the way we should be doing this. It's through parental education that should be done. And again, I understand the situation, but I understand the hypocrisy of the tobacco taxes that we want and need for this country. So, it's a dilemma for me, because I do believe that an 18-year-old who can actually join the military, and some of us here probably have children that are in the military at 18. I think that they are adults. They can make that decision. Now, I can't speak to the 14-year-old you speak of, but I think most of your 18-year-olds are probably mature enough to know better to give it to a 14-year-old. So I'm not sure that that's a valid argument. And I know this is more of a discussion on what I consider to be manhood and womanhood than it is on on 14-year-olds. But anyway, I still oppose the bill, and you know, I think that it's a situation where people know what's right and wrong for them. So I always believe in trust the people. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Marble.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in complete opposition to this bill. I want to say that there is a total disconnect in this chamber about how we view our kids. I don't have the problem with my kids that others do, and I take full responsibility for what my kids, who are not kids anymore, but in an age group to which this bill addresses, they used to be. And you know what? Had this bill been passed when they were that age, where would I be? Where would I be if I was purchasing tobacco and sending it overseas to my kid who is serving in the military, having more responsibility than anyone in this chamber to save the lives not of only of the people in his unit and himself, but to protect everything here that we value so much in the United States, which is our Constitution and our rights. Would I be labeled a misdemeanor? Would I be thrown in jail if they knew I was sending this over to my underage child? Would I? This bill is ridiculous to me because not only do I take responsibility, but my son took responsibility for everything he did and what he chose to do. And when they are overseas or they are serving in the military or in some high stress, very high stress job, if they need a smoke or a chew, it's almost a joke to say, yeah, no, I don't think so. Because I know better than you what's good for you. And I'm here to protect you, even though you're out on the front lines doing a job that none of us could ever do. I'm going to protect you. It always just makes my blood boil when I look at a bill that requires more compliance checks also on the businesses across the state of Colorado who we are going to threaten with taking away their license if they don't do exactly what we say. We make these businesses the enforcers of these lousy laws that we pass. And if they don't enforce our lousy laws, we're going to fine them. We're going to make sure they don't get their license back. It's more egregious regulation on them, and it gets a snowball effect. And you know what? This is all because a parent can't control and is worried about their child. So now they're taking away my rights to give to my child, who, when he was 18 to 21, I can't really say he was a child, but since some people say their sons and daughters are children at that age, maybe they are. Well, he was a full-fledged adult tasked with some responsibilities that we can not even begin to imagine. Regulations gone too far is what this bill is all about. It just really, I cannot tell you, my son is coming back for the first time in I don't know how long, this weekend. From after being in and out of Afghanistan and Iraq and the Middle East for 15, 16, it seems like a lifetime of years. During that time, he started out. When he graduated from high school, he had already enlisted. going to boot camp, doing all that. Our family has been in every major battle. My child is not a child, he is a man. And he can make those decisions on his own. And if he wants me to send, or any other mother or father or family member, to send those men and women overseas what they need to get through one of the worst times of their life, one of the most trying times of their life, to help ease their nerves, to help pass the time, to help fraternize and get with the guys and just have a smoke behind a tank or in a foxhole or somewhere, then give them it. Because my son quit chewing, and he's fine. But during that time, that was something that helped him and those guys immensely. I cannot even imagine thinking that now it's a misdemeanor to take something like that away. And will I, because I am buying things, you know, if this were passed at that time, would I be charged with a misdemeanor because now I was supplying my underage son, who is a man, with something that this body declared illegal? I find that it's just mind-blowing. I look at my sons very differently than others. My sons are men. And maybe, you know, this bill, trying to be the caretaker of someone else's child, it's really the wrong use of government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hold on one moment, please. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your comments, and thanks to all of my colleagues for their time. And you may recall that last year I ran an amendment to a tobacco bill to raise the age of purchase to 21. And in that bill, I had, in that amendment, I had a military exemption. That's not present in this bill because this is bringing us into line with federal law, and federal law does not have that military exemption. Thank you again, colleagues, for the discussion, and I urge an aye vote on the bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1001. All of those in favor say aye. Aye. All of those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted.
Are you going to do Gallagher today? Yeah, I was going to do that now.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Concurrent Resolution 1.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order and to take up Senate Concurrent Resolution 1. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order to take up Senate Concurrent Resolution 1. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Concurrent Resolution 001?
Concurrent Resolution 1 by Senators Tate and Hansen, Representative Escar and Sober, submitting to the Register of Elections of the State of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution to repeal the requirement that the General Assembly periodically change the residential assessment rate in order to maintain the statewide proportion of residential property as compared to all other taxable property valued for property tax purposes, and repeal the non-residential property tax assessment rate of 29%.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It seems we have misplaced our watermelons for the Gallagher show, so I request a senatorial 5.
We will stand in a senatorial 5. We are back from our senatorial 5. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 211 lay over until tomorrow, June 5th.
Hold on one moment.
Sorry, what? Oh, you already read it? We already signed it.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologies. I move Senate Concurrent Resolution 1 lay over until tomorrow, June 5th.
The motion before the body is for Senate Concurrent Resolution 1 to be laid over until tomorrow. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and it will be laid over until tomorrow. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 211 and Senate Bill 55 lay over until tomorrow, June 5th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 211 and Senate Bill 55 until tomorrow.
In between the other 400 bills.
All of those in favor of the motion say aye. Those opposed, excuse me, Majority Leader Fenberg.
Madam Chair, apologies. I withdraw my motion because Senate Bill 55 was amended, so I want to revise my motion and instead move that Senate Bill 211 and Senate Bill 55 as amended lay over until tomorrow, June 5th.
You've heard the motion. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and those bills will be laid over until tomorrow.
Rise and report.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before the body is to rise and report. All of those in favor say aye. All of those opposed, no. The aye has it, and we will rise and report.
The Senate will come back to order. Mr. Carpenter, please add the good senator from El Paso County back to the roll call. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee will place lead reports that in consideration the following test bills being second reading, therefore makes the following recommendations to run symbol 51 as amended symbol 170 as amended symbol 181 as amended symbol 204 as amended symbol 197 as amended symbol 186 as amended symbol 185 as amended pass second order gross place account of the reading of final passage. House Bill 1183 as amended, House Bill 1210, House Bill 1212 as amended, House Bill 1215 as amended, House Bill 1196, House Bill 1230 as amended, House Bill 1209 as amended, House Bill 1116 as amended, House Bill 1001 as amended, pass second order rise place calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1061, Senate Concurrent Resolution 1, Senate Bill 211, House Bill 1206, Senate Bill 007, Senate Bill 55 is amended laid over until 6/5/20 retaining the place on the calendar, Senate Bill 28 laid over until 6/8/20 retaining its place on the calendar.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee whole report. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 001 to the committee of the whole report?
Committee of the Whole Amendment 001 to Senate Bill 1001. Senator Sonnenberg moved to amend the report of the committee hold show the following Sonnenberg floor amendment L023 to House Bill 1001 did pass. Amendment reading gross bill page 20 after line 9 insert 4A notwithstanding subsection 3 of this section, a person whether the person is located in state or out of state may engage in online sales of electronic smoking devices defined in section 2514-2034.5 in the state of the person. 1 uses an independent third-party age verification service to compare the information obtained from publicly available records to the personal information the customer enters into the public.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment 1 and urge a no vote.
That is a proper motion.
unless
Is there any
anybody
discussion?
Feels otherwise.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the Majority Leader doing my work for me. As we discussed earlier, this is the amendment that puts in place the ability to use a third-person vendor to make sure that the correct people are buying online. Now, we heard Jewel mentioned in the well earlier. I'm not worried about Jewel. They'll be just fine. I am worried how smaller companies will be dealt with or not dealt with. This makes you license. So we know who's doing it. We know who's selling online, and we can monitor who's selling online. I think that's important. If we don't do that in place, yeah, there'll be people selling on the internet, black market, no license, can't track them. That's why I ask you for the aye vote.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. And what we did to govern delivery in this bill is we copied what exists in alcohol regulation. Now, I have all sorts of opinions about the way that we do delivery in alcohol. That being said, we do have online vendors with alcohol. Several times over the last few months, I have put in a fairly sizable order from a liquor store here in Colorado, and that was delivered directly to me by an employee of that liquor store, and indeed someone 21 and over signed for that delivery. The system, as we have it set up in this bill right now, does not prohibit online sales. It simply requires that those sales be delivered in by a person who works for the company that is making that sale. We think this is a completely fair way to approach this to make sure, again, that we keep these tobacco products out of the hands of our young people. We have more teens vaping in Colorado than any other state. We need to fix that. This bill does that. I urge a no vote on the amendment.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 001 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Lee, Danielson, Williams, Winter, Gonzalez, Bridges, Hansen, Zenzinger, Pedersen, Story, Todd, Priola, Donovan, Tate, Rodriguez, Janal, the Majority Leader, Foote, Moreno. Please add the President. With 15 ayes, 20 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, that amendment is lost. The question before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 051 as amended, Senate Bill 170 as amended, Senate Bill 181 as amended, Senate Bill 204 as amended, Senate Bill 197 as amended, Senate Bill 186 as amended, Senate Bill 185 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1183 as amended, House Bill 1210, House Bill 1212 as amended, House Bill 1215 as amended, House Bill 1196, House Bill 1230 as amended, House Bill 1209 as amended, House Bill 1116 as amended, House Bill 1001 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1061, Senate Bill 001, Senate Bill 211, House Bill 1206, Senate Bill 007, Senate Bill 005, as amended, laid over until 6/5/2020 and retaining their place on the calendar. Senate Bill 028, laid over until 6/8/2020 and retaining its place on the calendar. Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 090?
Senate Bill 90 by Senator Winter and Representatives Escar and Titone concerning donations of food to nonprofit organizations for distribution to needy individuals.
Senator Winter. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Senate Bill 90, I move to concur. The changes the House made were to extend it to other facilities to allow for food donation. This is a more inclusive bill that will get more food donated, and I encourage a yes vote on concurrence.
Is there any discussion? The motion before the body is to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 090. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 90.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 090. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 090 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Lee. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 030?
Senate Bill 30 by Senators Garcia and Rodriguez and Representative Escar concerning increased consumer protections for customers of investor-owned utilities and connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House or Senate Bill 30. I heard an old saying from my father that a broken clock sometimes is right twice a day.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 030. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption and passage of Senate Bill 30.
Motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 030. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 030 is passed, repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Danielson. Committee reports.
June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1024 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1137 be amended as follows. As amended, be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 200 be amended as follows. As amended, be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1360 be amended as follows. As amended, be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1361 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1362 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1363 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1385 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1386 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1365 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1366 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1367 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1387 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1388 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1389 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1390 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1391 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1392 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1368 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1393 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1394 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1395 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1396 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1369 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1370 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1371 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1372 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1374 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1397 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1375 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1377 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1378 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1398 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, After Consideration of Merits Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1379 Be referred to committee to hold the favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations after consideration of committee following House Bill 1380. Be referred to committee to hold the favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations after consideration of committee following House Bill 1381. Be referred to committee to hold the favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations after consideration of committee following House Bill 1382. Be referred to committee to hold the favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations after consideration of committee following House Bill 1383, be referred to committee to hold the favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations after consideration of committee following House Bill 1399. Be amended as follows as so amended. Be referred to committee to hold the favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations after consideration of committee following House Bill 1400. Be referred to committee to hold the favorable recommendation. June 4th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations after consideration of committee following House Bill 1401. Be referred to committee to hold the favorable recommendation.
Special orders, consent. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, just a quick explanation of what we're doing. The Appropriations Committee. What's up? The Appropriations Committee had a lot of bills come through this morning. Vast majority of them were orbitals for the budget, for the long bill. Many of them came out on consent calendar. And given the limited time and everything that we're dealing with on the calendar, we figured we should bring up those that are on consent today on specials so that we can get at least some of these orbitals out of the way since there are so many of them. So, Mr. President, I move that the Senate take up. Members, you should have this by now on your desk. House Bills 1137, 1363, 1384, 1388, 1389, 1390, 1391, 1392, 1394, 1395, 1396, 1370, 1374, and 1397 on special orders consent calendar at the hour of 1:30 p.m. 1:30. Sit tight.
You have heard the motion. The motion is to take up special order second reading bills consent calendar at the hour of 13:30. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. The Senate will stand in a brief recess. The Senate will come back to order. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Hold on one moment. I am withdrawing my motion.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we are going to be pulling off 1384 and 1397 from the special orders consent calendar. 84 and 97. Okay, you're up.
House Bill 1397 and House Bill 1384 will be removed from the special orders consent calendar. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
House Bill 1137 by Representative McCluskey and Superintendent Donovan concerning requirement that the Broadband Deployment Board give substantial weight to a local entity's written certification that an area within the entity's jurisdiction is an unserved area when considering an application for grant money for the provision of broadband service that unserved area and in connection therewith, making an appropriation. House Bill 1363 by Representatives McCluskey and Ransom, Senators Moreno and Rankin concerning the repeal of the requirement that service providers report on the use of money to increase the reimbursement rate to direct support professionals. House Bill 1388 by Representatives Ransom, Senators Zenzinger concerning statutory provisions of money from the general fund for programs operated by the Department of Human Services and in connection therewith, reducing an appropriation. House Bill 1389 by Representatives McCluskey and Ransom, Senators Moreno and Zenzinger concerning a 3-year suspension of transfers to the Child Welfare Prevention and Intervention Service Cash Fund of unspent general fund appropriations to the Child Welfare line item. House Bill 1390 by Representative Escar and Ransom, Senator Moreno and Rankin concerning the discontinuation of the pilot programs in the Division of Youth Services that were established to create a division-wide therapeutic culture with trauma-responsive practices in connection with reducing an appropriation. House Bill 1391 by Representative Escar and McCluskey and Senator Moreno and Zenzinger concerning limiting statutory requirements for programs to increase access to treatment for behavioral health disorders in connection with reducing an appropriation. House Bill 1392 by Representatives Escar and Ransom, Senators Zenzinger concerning the repeal of certain provisions related to persons with a disability in connection therewith, reducing an appropriation. House Bill 1394 by Representatives McCluskey and Ransom, Senators Moreno and Rankin concerning a modification of contribution rates to the Public Employees Retirement Association for the Judicial Division of the Association for certain fiscal years in connection therewith, reducing an appropriation. House Bill 1395 by Representative McCluskey and Ransom, Senators Moreno and Rankin concerning the repeal of the Skilled Worker Outreach Recruitment and Key Training Act grant program and in connection therewith, eliminating new grants under the grant program, transferring the balance of the grant program fund to the general fund, requiring a final report of the grant program and reducing an appropriation. House Bill 1396 by Representatives Escar, McCluskey, and Senators Zenzinger and Rankin concerning the implementation of an online platform by the State Workforce Development Council to assist Coloradans in exploring career options. House Bill 1370 by Representatives Escar, McCluskey, and Senators Moreno and Rankin concerning transfers from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund to the Housing Development Grant Fund to expand the supply of affordable housing statewide. House Bill 1374 by Representatives Escar and Ransom, Senators Zenzinger and Rankin concerning the repeal of the Waste Grease Program and in connection therewith, reducing an appropriation.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I regret to inform you that 1391 will also be taken off of the consent calendar that was just read. Therefore, Madam Chair, I move for the adoption of all the bills on the consent calendar and their associated committee reports, which now includes the abbreviated list of what's on your desks, which is House Bill 1137, along with the Appropriations Committee report, House Bill 1363, House Bill 1388, House Bill 1389, House Bill 1390, House Bill 1392, House Bill 1394, House Bill 1395, House Bill 1396, House Bill 1370, and House Bill 1374.
Is there any discussion on any of the committee reports on the consent calendar? The motion before the body is the adoption of all the committee reports on special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee reports are adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? The motion before the body is the adoption of all the bills on the special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee hold legislative reports that on consideration following attached bills being second read. There were mixed among recommendations around House Bill 1137 as amended, House Bill 1363, House Bill 1388, House Bill 1389, House Bill 1390, House Bill 1392, House Bill 1394, House Bill 1395, House Bill 1396, House Bill 1370, House Bill 1374, passed second read order, revised place calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1391, removed from the special order second reading of bills consent calendar, placed at the end of the special order second reading of bills calendar for 6/5/20.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1137 as amended, House Bill 1363, House Bill 1388, House Bill 1389, House Bill 1390, House Bill 1392, House Bill 1394, House Bill 1395, House Bill 1396, House Bill 1370, House Bill 1374. Passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1391, removed from the special orders reading of bills consent calendar and placed at the end of the special orders reading of bills calendar for 6/5/2020. Announcements. Announcements. None? Senator Foote.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a meeting of the Senate State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee upon adjournment, or 15 minutes upon adjournment. We're meeting in the old Supreme Court chamber to consider one bill, which is Senate Bill 217. So that's 15 minutes upon adjournment in the old Supreme Court chamber for Senate Bill 217. Thank you.
Mr. Majority, Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reminder, tomorrow there is a conference committee in HCR 112 at 8:15 tomorrow. All come and watch the fun. $10.29 to lower the pay for the county, the rural people.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, just a quick reminder that we will be taking up the budget tomorrow on second reading. The amendment packet is being put together and I think will be available to everybody shortly, so you'll have the evening to look over those. And we'll likely get started on the budget first thing. Well, actually, we'll come in, we'll convene, we'll probably break for the caucuses to caucus, and then we'll come back and start the long bill. Do you have something?
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Appropriations Committee, we will be having a meeting Saturday morning at 9 a.m. Yay!
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we're going to leave the desk open. You do not need to be here. Mr. President, I move that the Senate recess until 4 p.m. today.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will stand in recess until 1600 hours today.